The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House of communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 10th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michelle Steele to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with the time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue on beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, enough is enough. How many more times must public officials stand here before our colleagues demanding common sense gun reform? Malls are not safe. Schools are not safe. Places of worship are not safe. We should not be afraid to step outside our own homes for the fear of losing our lives at the mercy of an assault weapon. We should not be afraid that we may never see our child again when we drop them off at school. We should not be afraid to attend a place of worship with loved ones. Madam Speaker, it's been 19 years since the federal assault weapons ban expired. 19 years since Congress has acknowledged the lives lost because of assault weapons. In this year alone, there have been 203 mass shootings. That's 203 in 5 months. Over the past 10 years, this has resulted in 14,798 deaths, 617 of which were children and teens. In my home state of Texas, there have been 17 mass shootings, resulting in 29 deaths and 61 injured. Texas accounts for 8% of nationwide mass shootings. Very troubling. In my home county, 11 people have already died as a result of gun violence. Just this weekend, 8 were killed and 7 injured in Allen, Texas, at the hands of a gunman, killed for simply shopping at a mall, something we all do. How many more victims must die before we decide that enough is enough? But instead of being concerned about human lives, House Republicans are choosing to focus on beating up on Social Security and banning books. Our own Texas state leadership prioritizes political points over lives, politics over people. How long can leadership in Austin fail to do a single meaningful action to take weapons of war out of the hands of violent extremists, domestic abusers, or even teenagers? Except for the Santa Fe shooting, all the Texas shootings have been with an assault weapon. When 5 people, including a child, were shot and killed in Cleveland, Texas, our governor tried to deflect the situation by talking about and blaming undocumented immigrants who were the victims. This is ridiculous. Immigration status has nothing to do with it. It's irrelevant. It's about people. It's about making sure we put people over politics, about making sure we put people's lives over the NRA. I call upon my Republican colleagues to enact common sense gun reform legislation now. We must stop making excuses. The only path toward fewer deaths as a result of gun violence is common sense gun reform. And I call on the Supreme Court as they approach a case that could strike down state and local laws banning all AR-15s in all our 50 states, to please look at precedent. Please look at the true meaning of the Second Amendment. We must protect our children. We must protect our lives. My hope is that no more needless deaths will occur before Congress can unite against mass shootings. No more deaths, no more grief, no more waiting on legislation. It's time to put people over politics. It's time to put people over the NRA. It is time for change, and the time is now. Thank you, Madam, and I yield back.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings in a violation of the rules of the House. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Vobst, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of a project that's been decades in the making, the Southwest Illinois Corridor and the connector that is formed there. The proposed expansion of Illinois State Highways 127, 154, and 3 to 4 lanes, which would create a rural expressway between St. Louis, Missouri, and Carbondale, Illinois. The latest push for the Southwest Connector began in 2017 when officials in my district from Jackson, Perry, Randolph, and Monroe counties formed the four-county coalition. In 2019, the group partnered with the Illinois Department of Transportation to report and do a report and a project that would check exactly what this would affect. And what they discovered was it would create thousands of construction jobs. It would reduce auto accidents. It would boost economic development. It would benefit national security, and it would improve public health. Now, I can't overstate how much of a difference this would make. The planned route of the Southwest Connector includes a stretch that is currently in the top 5% for traffic fatalities and injuries on two-lane highways. The Southwest Connector would also have an important impact on helping grow the economy and spur new investments in the region. Now, it would also prove timely in the delivery of aid and assistance following a natural disaster and help address patients' transportation issues from rural areas for their health care needs. Now, in closing, I would like to thank Murfreesboro Mayor Will Stevens, as well as Mark Keenan, Randolph County Board Chair, for their leadership in building a coalition of support for this long sought-after project. This project would be the difference maker for Southern Illinois. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise with a heavy heart, a heart of grief. I grieve for the nation where 111 Americans are shot and killed every single day. I grieve for a generation of kids growing up surrounded by violence. I think of William Cho, 6 years old, who lost his parents and his younger brother, not living in a war zone, but going to a shopping mall in our country. I grieve for the parents who have suffered the inconceivable pain of losing a child, a beloved family member. Parents like Patricia and Manny Oliver, who are here with us today, whose son Joaquin was murdered alongside 16 classmates and staff in Parkland, Florida. Ahead of Mother's Day weekend, Patricia and Manny have published a children's book, a book that illustrates the horror of America's gun epidemic from the perspective of its youngest victims. Madam Speaker, I'd like to read from Joaquin's first school shooting. May it give some pause to all of us especially my colleagues who continue to prioritize guns over our children. Joaquin's first school shooting. The end of the day was also my own, bled out on the floor and never got home. We heard a loud bang, then off went the alarm. My classmates freaked out, but I tried to stay calm. Out in the hall, a killer had a gun. He shot into a class, then came right for us. He took aim and fired again and again and again. One life at a time, my friends met their end. He came up the stairs hunting for more. That's when we all panicked and ran for the door. We tried to get clear, but it was a bit late. It was his machine gun that decided our fate. Our country is numb to violence like this. Politicians don't care. They still keep their seats. We must not forget, or I've died in vain. Enough is enough. Please, never again. Let us remember all of the victims and remember that this is a choice. We have solutions. We can end gun violence in this country. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Khrushchev, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of H.R. 2, which is the Secure the Border Act. Everyone knows that the southern border is not secure. And at the start of his presidency, Joe Biden halted construction of the border wall, essentially prevented Immigration and Customs Enforcement from doing its job to keep our country safe, and took steps to end the migrant protocol protection as well as other enforcement policies. President Biden's open border policies have led to the humanitarian and national security crisis at our southern border today. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been over 5 million illegal border crossings at the southern border. Customs and Border Control officers have seized over 14,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl that have come across our southern border. For perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill every single American. Furthermore, in just the first 6 months of this fiscal year, 2023, the names of 80 people who appear on the terrorist watch list were stopped trying to cross the southern border. It's about to get much worse because tomorrow, Title 42, one of our most powerful tools to quickly expel illegal immigrants, will expire. Again, that happens tomorrow. Title 42 is a public health order that allows migrants who would otherwise be held in processing facilities to be quickly expelled due to a risk of COVID-19 submission. The end of Title 42 is expected to incentivize a worsening influx of illegal migrants. The border control officials at our border, they're already seeing an unprecedented surge at our southern border with over 26,000 migrant apprehensions in just 72 hours. For more than 2 years, President Biden and his administration, they've ignored the crisis. I can tell you that House Republicans have listened to the concerns of Americans and are working on solutions to the crisis. In our commitment to America, we promise to create a nation that is safe. We're going to vote soon on the Secure the Border Act to make sure that our southern border is in fact secure and to combat illegal immigration. Just a few things that our Secure the Border Act will do. Number one, it'll force the administration to restart construction of the border wall. It will deploy technology to the southern and northern border. It'll increase the number of border control agents and it'll increase their pay. It'll require transparency regarding illegal crossings from the Department of Homeland Security. It'll strengthen our current law to protect unaccompanied children from human trafficking. It will end catch and release. It will end the abuse of the executive immigration authority, and it will strengthen and streamline the asylum process. This bill, the Secure the Border Act, fulfills our promise to the American people to offer solutions to a crisis that affects not just cities and states along the border, but every city and every state in this nation. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as a daughter of immigrants to urge my colleagues to please vote no on a yet more dehumanizing bill. It dehumanizes our immigrant neighbors, and H.R. 2, which is known better as Child Deportation Act, again is fueled with hateful rhetoric that I think is very dangerous for our country. I'm honestly not sure if the goal with this bill is to worsen our broken immigration system or just to simply keep as many Black and brown immigrants out of our country as they can. I know bringing back family and child deportation is immoral. Prohibiting funds to organizations providing life-saving humanitarian aid to migrants is simply cruel. This bill dehumanizes and is incredibly painful to see, again, our colleagues pushing forward. Many have called it racist and inhumane, that it's fear-mongering, that it's failed policies that will continue to worsen, again, our broken immigration system. We must in this chamber protect all of our neighbors. We also must work towards protecting, again, those that are fleeing horrific violence. We need to continue to be leaders in creating a safe haven, again, for those that seek asylum. We cannot and should not embrace hate rhetoric and policies that only seek to pit communities against each other, tear families apart, and put our immigrant neighbors in harm's way here in the United States, Madam Speaker, and also those from other countries. No human being is illegal. I believe that in my heart. I will continue to fight to make sure that we pass some sort of form of comprehensive immigration reform that gives our immigrant neighbors the dignified pathway, legal pathway to citizenship they deserve. I look forward to voting against this horrible racist bill, and again urge my colleagues to vote no. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize mothers of the Michigan 12th Congressional District and across our country. I want to wish them all happy Mother's Day. I am proud to be a mother of 2 incredible boys. That's why last year I joined Mothering Justice, a national organization made up of mothers, to create the first ever Congressional Mamas Caucus. We are fighting together for fair and equitable access to child care, paid leave, and benefits for our care workers, and real economic justice for our families. In the Mamas Caucus, we are committed to advocating for all mamas. We must not only pass important policies about mothers to help mothers, but with our mothers. And that's why the Congressional Mamas Caucus is so incredibly important. We all know the cost of raising a family in our country is among the highest in the world, and that our policies and social safety nets too often leave our families behind, especially communities of color. We also know that mamas are on the front lines of our fight for reproductive justice and more. And again, we cannot leave them behind, and we cannot continue to talk about policies that directly impact them without them being there at the table to shape those policies so it can be transformative and meaningful. If anything, Madam Speaker, the pandemic exposed just how broken our safety nets were. And the Mamas Caucus remains, again, committed to fighting to end child poverty, to focus on those safety nets, again, that continue to not serve our families currently. I read a quote during the pandemic that I think resonates of why the Mamas Caucus is so important in this chamber. It was a quote by the wonderful poet Sonia Renee Taylor. She said, and that's again during the midst in the height of the pandemic. She said, "We will not go back to normal. Normal what never was. Our pre-corona existence was not normal, other than that we normalized greed, inequity, exhaustion, depletion, extraction, disconnection, confusion, rage, hoarding, hate, and lack. We should not long to return, my friends. We are being given opportunity to stitch a new garment, one that fits all humanity and nature." Again, this was hers expressing and again resonate for mothers like myself and across the country and understanding, if anything, the pandemic gave us an opportunity to recognize those broken systems and how, again, we need to create a new garment. And the way we can do it is by bringing mothers in the room as we develop these policies that, again, directly impact all of our families. With that, I welcome my colleagues to be engaged with the Congressional Mamas Caucus, engage on the policies that we're pushing forward. And again, I appreciate this opportunity to uplift them in this chamber every day, not only on Mother's Day, but every single day. With that, I yield.
The chair recognized the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to deliver the 18th installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and recap the time I spent in Kansas with House Agriculture Committee Chairman G.T. Thompson. Last week, Chairman Thompson and I hosted a food and agriculture listening session with more than 150 farmers, ranchers, agriculture producers, and stakeholders on a wheat farm near Gypsum, Kansas. People from a wide range of perspectives shared their thoughts about the reauthorization of the Farm Bill. While everyone had different viewpoints, we united because we care about American agriculture, we care about getting ag policy right, and we want to see America, farmers, ranchers, and producers thrive. There was a picture of that unity right behind us in 3 combines, referenced right here, hoisting American flags. John Deere, Case, and Gleaner, green, red, and gray. When you grow up on a farm, you're born into a loyalty to one of these trusted American brands. They're different. They have different styles and different features, but they're all designed to do the same thing, harvest. They're designed to produce, to take months and months of hard work and effectively churn out a product. Our food and agriculture listening session was no different. Everyone present brought different styles, priorities, backgrounds, and tools to the table. But we were there to do the same thing, harvest, produce, take hard work and effectively churn out a product. That's the Farm Bill. And without the advocacy and input of producers and stakeholders, my colleagues and I wouldn't have a complete picture of what needs to be done on ag legislation. We'd just be one combine. At our event, we hosted people who care about Title I and people who care about Title 12. There were people who care about row crops and people who care about livestock. There were representatives from commodity groups and representatives from trade association. It was a rich, multifaceted picture of American agriculture, and I'm grateful to everyone who joined us and for the Kansas agriculture heritage that inspired us to spend time together on that wheat farm. The brave men and women who ventured west in search of new opportunities settled Kansas and took on the burden of feeding, fueling, and clothing the world. They struggled through the Dust Bowl, raised their kids in sod houses, and broke the prairie for the first time. In doing so, they laid the foundation for what we experienced last week, a shared history of feeding the world on the soil beneath our feet. I remember in February of 2021, when I just started this job in Congress, Kansas had 13 consecutive days of below freezing temperatures, which is a 40-year record. While I was flying back and forth between Kansas and D.C., I couldn't stop thinking about the Kansas producers and all that they were facing. They were out busting ice by hand at all hours so their cattle could have access to water. They were delivering baby calves and hauling them on the floorboards of trucks to someplace warmer and bottle feeding them so that they could grow and survive in the wind chills. They were out in the barn at all hours of the night, only to start over at 5 a.m. All this so that Americans have a safe and secure food supply. Whether it's trudging through knee-high snow in the dead of winter, working the fields in the heat of summer, or hauling water in a drought, American ag producers don't take days off. Agriculture inspires us to look back at our shared heritage, engage in the present, and plan for the future. That's what last week was about, planning for the future. I thank Chairman Thompson for spending his invaluable time with me in Kansas, and I also thank to all of our hosts and those who came out to our event to share their perspectives. As we work to reauthorize the Farm Bill, the American men and women who work tirelessly to feed, fuel, and clothe all of us are on the forefront of my mind. I'll be back on the floor soon to host another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, New York City is serving, again, its traditional role as a beacon of light, of opportunity for this nation when it comes to the humane and just treatment of asylum seekers. Madam Speaker, that lady still stands at the harbor telling us, give me your tire, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. And that message is heard across the country. My family heard that message. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that even across the country, in California, your family heard this message. A tremendous message that is at the very center of America, at the heart of America. Last spring, in an act of political theater, Republican governors began transporting asylum seekers to New York City and other cities across the country. In response, New Yorkers have welcomed them because this is America, and reaffirmed our commitment to ensuring that the American dream is available for all those that want to seek it and want to make their case before government. We should allow people to come and make their case before our government, and then we will determine whether or not they could remain in our country. Since last spring, my city has welcomed over 60,000 new New Yorkers who are seeking asylum in our country. I congratulate and thank Mayor Eric Adams for his remarkable leadership in taking on this great challenge. Over the past year, New York City has opened up 8 new humanitarian response and relief centers and 122 emergency shelters. These shelters are also currently providing over 37,000 asylum seekers with beds while their cases are being processed. However, New York City cannot do it alone. We must get the help of FEMA. This is why I and New York City's congressional delegation fought so hard to secure nearly $40 million for much-needed federal funding. New York is a proud right to shelter city. It requires the city to provide asylum seekers with shelter along with their families. This week I led a letter by the congressional delegation of our city to FEMA to oversee the immediate release of an additional $360 million in shelter and service funds. We must get that aid. Madam Speaker, I want to also address another issue. The weaponization of immigration. How every day, right on this floor, we hear some of our colleagues weaponize immigration for political purposes, particularly during election season. We hear them weaponize this issue to try to score some cheap political points. They try to say that it is the moms that walk for thousands of miles with their children fleeing violence that are carrying fentanyl and other dangerous drugs, when in fact all the evidence from law enforcement shows us that those drugs are being transported through the ports of entry, Madam Speaker. Let's invest in making our ports of entry stronger, safer, so that these dangerous drugs and weapons and human trafficking does not continue to occur. But this political theater of weaponizing immigration must stop. It divides the nation. It makes us look foolish across the world. It diminishes us as a beacon of hope and opportunity that has that lady still on the harbor. Madam Speaker, I encourage New York and other places in need of funding for asylum seekers to apply for a variety of benefits made available to them through the Department of Education, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Health and Human Services. Madam Speaker, this is a nation of immigrants. Don't allow immigration to be weaponized. Let's make sure we address the issue in a comprehensive way. Keep the faith, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been just over 100 days since I was sworn into office, and it is an amazing honor and privilege to represent the people of North Carolina's 13th District. Over the last few months, I've had the pleasure of hearing from so many of my constituents through phone calls, emails, texts, town hall meetings, and meetings all over this district. Right now, the reality is that North Carolinians need help keeping up with the rising cost of goods and services. Seniors and young parents alike deserve the opportunity to build their families and put down roots. But with an unfair and overburdensome tax system, coupled with the increasing cost of living, making ends meet is tough. To show this, I commissioned an economic impact report using a sample budget based on the median cost for basic necessities through the Economic Policy Institute and the United States Census. The report shows that working families are finding it hard to pay for things like rent, groceries, childcare, and health care. When you take a closer look at the budget breakdown, it's a real wake-up call. A working family could spend about 19% of their income on childcare, 21% on housing, and 22% on health care. I've collected testimonials and survey responses from hundreds of constituents who shared their personal experiences dealing with the rising cost of childcare and the rising cost of housing. I heard from a former state employee and mother of three who shared that she spends 50% of her income on childcare. She noted that over the past several years, childcare prices have not decreased and that salaries are not commensurate with inflation and the cost of living increases. I also heard from a family whose youngest son, a recent college graduate with a job at the median salary in North Carolina, can't pay rent or purchase a small home in Raleigh or in the suburbs. They're worried because we want our young people to succeed, but it's hard to do so under the current circumstances. Folks, it's clear. Working families are struggling to keep up. Working families deserve to know that their leaders are willing to roll up their sleeves and find bipartisan solutions that will make a real difference in their lives and their budgets. And I'm working to do just that. In Congress, I'm working in a bipartisan way to level the playing field for working families by lowering out-of-pocket costs and creating a fair tax system that benefits everyone. I'm leading the charge against a proposal to implement a 30% national sales tax instead of a federal income tax. Listen, folks, that would be a disaster for working families. I've co-sponsored the Cover Now Act to lower health care costs. I've co-sponsored the Food Desert Act, which will increase access to grocery stores and help address the cost of food. I've co-sponsored the Child Care for Every Community Act to expand access to affordable child care. I've also just introduced today the ACRE Act to help lower mortgage costs for rural communities and enable North Carolina farmers to have greater access to credit through community banks. Madam Speaker, as I stand here in this absolutely magnificent chamber, I'm constantly reminded just how fragile our democracy is. Our government of the people, by the people, and for the people. As the representative for the people of North Carolina's 13th District, I'll keep working hard in a bipartisan way to find solutions to get results for our families, our friends, and our neighbors. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O Lord our God, your thoughts are not our thoughts. Neither are your ways our ways. But we pray that you would grant us insight into your gracious plan and provide evidence of your steadfast love for creation, even as war continues to rage in Ukraine and senseless attacks are visited upon the Ukrainian people. You look from your heavens and permit humanity to continue on its course toward destruction. Lord, we pray that you would redeem our foolish ways and show us the path toward peace. The heavens are indeed higher than the earth, and your ways beyond our comprehension. Lord, we pray that you would magnify our understanding of your presence in the midst of the mayhem that rages throughout the world. Your thoughts are most certainly higher than our own, and we acknowledge that we cannot fully know your purpose as we hear of innocent people having to endure unspeakable strife in their own families, in their communities, in the sanctity of their homeland. Lord, we pray that you would enlighten our minds, temper our wills, that our thoughts and our ways would serve to carve the way toward reconciliation. Hear our prayers as we offer them in the hope of your saving name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question is postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of National Police Week, which serves as a reminder to remember and memorialize law enforcement officers who gave their lives in the line of duty. Tragically, this includes 2 Oklahomans, Sergeant C.J. Nelson and Sergeant Bobby Schwartz. These officers have 32 years of combined service for their respective forces, and both leave behind loved ones. I want to offer my deepest condolences and prayers to their families. We will always remember the sacrifice of these 2 heroes, and we cannot thank them enough for protecting and serving our communities. From Isaiah 40:31, but they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk, not faint. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after 3 long years of COVID restrictions, on May 12th, the United States northern border finally reopens fully to our Canadian neighbors. This is a turning point, rebuilding the relationships and economies along the U.S. Canadian border. In 2019, prior to the pandemic, domestic and international travel spending reached $3.1 billion in my Western New York district alone. As we emerge from a global health crisis and celebrate National Travel and Tourism Week, let's seek out opportunities to encourage and ease travel in the United States. This includes adequately funding federal agencies to support travel, investing in infrastructure, and modernizing Nexus and passports to improve the travel experience. Together, we can highlight U.S. destinations ready to be explored and grow the economy. I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with an amendment, H.R. 346, an act to establish a task force on improvements for notices to air missions and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Thank you. For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revising some of my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember Sergeant First Class Bailey Gillespie, who lived in Rutherford County, my district, and passed away on April 11th. Sergeant Gillespie was a member of the 27th Infantry Regiment during the Korean War. In November of 1950, he was captured. He spent the next 2.5 years as a POW. During this time, he was tortured, starved, and nearly died. He was the last POW survivor of the 27th Regiment. Throughout, he kept his faith in God. Sergeant Gillespie survived and returned home victorious. For many veterans, talking about their experiences is painful, but Sergeant Gillespie spoke about it frequently. He helped other veterans heal. He also became one of Rutherford County's most active citizens, a leader in every sense of the word. To his beloved wife of 70 years, Joy, I extend condolences and thanks from a grateful nation. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the career and service of retiring Anaheim Police Chief Jorge Cisneros. Chief Cisneros is a 33-year law enforcement veteran and has served as police chief for the past 13 years at various Southern California cities. He started his career way back in 1990 at the Long Beach Police Department, where he worked his way up through the ranks to become rank of commander. At Long Beach, Chief Cisneros developed and administered a 15-week Spanish community academy for officers who entered the force to enhance and trust the partnership with the Latino community that then made up 40% of the residents of Long Beach. In 2018, Chief Cisneros was selected as Anaheim's police chief, leading 600 employees at that department. Chief Cisneros holds a master's in criminal justice from Chapman University in the city of Orange and has served as a member and current vice president of the Orange County's Chiefs and Sheriffs Association. And I'm proud to call him a good friend and mentor. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring and celebrating the career of Chief Jorge Cisneros and congratulate him in his well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute revised to extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I was grateful to join House Republicans in passing the Limit, Save, Grow Act, which will limit government spending, reduce the federal regulatory state, and promote pro-growth energy and economic policies, creating jobs. House Republicans, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, have acted responsibly to address the debt limit deadline. On behalf of American families now and in the future, this legislation should next pass the Senate. Americans are struggling every day with a 40-year high inflation, jobs destroyed, rising gas prices, and the highest interest rates in decades. Unfortunately, President Biden has insisted on a blank check to increase the debt ceiling without any reforms on how Biden spends and wastes taxpayer money. This legislation will save an estimated $4.8 trillion over 10 years, maintaining a strong national defense and protecting Medicare and Social Security. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, since we were last together on the floor, gun violence has been unending. 8 dead, 7 injured at a shopping mall in Allen, Texas. 1 dead, 4 injured at a medical office in Atlanta, Georgia. 6 dead in Henrietta, Oklahoma. 5 dead in Cleveland, Texas. And these are just the high visibility mass shootings. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teenagers and is costing our country $280 billion a year. Kids shouldn't worry about being shot if their basketball rolls into a neighbor's yard or if they knock on a door. Teenagers shouldn't worry about being shot if they pull into the wrong driveway. Families shouldn't worry about being shot if they go shopping. Republican leadership must listen to the majority of Americans, including Republicans and gun owners who support gun violence prevention laws. I'm calling on my Republican colleagues in the majority to bring life-saving gun violence prevention legislation to this House floor for a vote as soon as we can. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the SHOP Act. At its core, this legislation addresses a simple truth, that families deserve access to nutritious food in all of its forms. The SHOP Act broadens the current produce prescription program, which as it stands, limits recipients to the purchase of fresh produce only. However, this restriction overlooks a crucial fact, that not all produce is equally accessible in all areas at all times. Frozen fruits and veggies can offer a nutritious, convenient, and year-round solution for families. This is not about valuing one form of produce over the other, but about meeting families where they are in everyday life. It's about giving families the flexibility to choose the produce that works best for them, whether it's fresh or frozen. Research clearly shows that when families have access to a variety of fruits and veggies, they eat more produce. By diversifying the options available through GovSNP, the SHOP Act doesn't just increase access to nutrition, it also empowers families to make healthier choices. I urge my colleagues to support the SHOP Act, and in doing so, support health, support well-being, and ensuring year-round nutrition for all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of procedure is violation of the rules of the House. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Gentlewoman, I'm so sorry. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the chaos the Republicans have created by playing with our debt limit. The GOP's default on America plan is disastrous for American families and our economy. There is no reason why we should debate whether America should honor its obligations and pay its debt on time. Extreme Republicans would prefer us to default for purely political and partisan means. Instead of bringing a serious proposal that could be passed in the Senate and signed by the President, Republicans brought a bill to the floor that would threaten Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and veterans benefits. Time and again, we have asked Republicans to show us their budget, present us with a comprehensive plan for our nation. They can't do it. Instead, they come to the table with extremist policies that fail to do the one thing it's supposed to do, pay our bills on time. President Biden and Leader Jeffries and Schumer have all made it crystal clear that we must pass a clean debt limit and honor our commitments. No other option. As we get closer to June 1, I implore my Republican colleagues to see how much they are hurting the American families they claim to serve and present us with a real solution for the debt limit. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of Nebraska's finest elementary educators, Mrs. Jane Jessen of Norfolk, Nebraska. Mrs. Jessen has taught at Sacred Heart Schools and Norfolk Catholic Schools since 1984. Every single day in the classroom, she has worked hard to inspire each student to find their own path and to celebrate what makes them a very important person. Jane has lived her life to help others. She has touched the lives of so many, not only in the classroom, she has also touched the lives of those who have witnessed her resilience by living her faith during times of tragedy and sorrow. Norfolk Catholic Schools won the lottery of teachers when Mrs. Jane Jessen went to work for the students. On behalf of everybody in the 1st Congressional District, I want to thank my 5th grade teacher, Sacred Heart School and Norfolk Catholics, Jane Jessen, for everything she's done for our state and our nation. Happy retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight a potential catastrophe that may befall the western United States. This in the upcoming 2023 fire season. Indeed, it's underway. A total of 196 fires have already burned, a total of over 50 acres so far. And it's going to be much, much more than that since it's on the heels of wintertime. It's been easier to contain. The worst wildfires in the West, due to overgrowth and negligence of our federal lands, overpopulated with trees, they get too hot for conventional firefighting methods. When this occurs, fire retardant dropped from aircraft is our best and sometimes only option. The retardant from this aircraft ahead of advancing wildfire helps our firefighters who are on the ground in harm's way to maybe not get enveloped in fire and be able to do their jobs. Allows us time to organize evacuations and eventually contain and put the fire out. A radical environmental organization is suing to have an injunction put on the use of fire retardant until firefighting agencies complete a years-long permit process to use fire retardant. Ridiculous, amazing how out of touch they are that would take away the tool of fire retardant dropped from aircraft to help put fires out in the West. So myself and Congressman Panetta were working on a bill that we're introducing called the Protection and Wildland Firefighter Safety Act. We need this sort of thing. We need that protection.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 2, in the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the Chair announces that the Speaker appointed Mr. Matthew B. Berry as General Counsel of the United States House of Representatives effective February 1st, 2023. The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 1K of House Resolution 895, 110th Congress, and Section 4D of House Resolution 5, 118th Congress, I transmit to you notification that the following individuals each have signed an agreement not to be candidate for the office of Senator or Representative in, or Delegate or Resident Commissioner to, the Congress for purposes of the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971, until at least 3 years after they are no longer a member of the board or staff of the Office of Congressional Ethics. Michael D. Barnes, Paul Vinovich, Lynn Westmoreland, Lorraine C. Miller, William H. Cable, Annie Cho, William P. Luther, Helen Eisner, Karen L. Haas, Christina M. Crump, Doctrell Cromartie, Omar Ashmarwi, Caleb S. Moore, Aaron Walensky, Indira Benitez. Copies of the signed agreements will be retained by the Office of the Clerk as part of the records of the House. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code, 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the Central African Republic declared in Executive Order 13667 of May 12, 2014, is to continue in effect beyond May 12, 2023. The situation in relation to the Central African Republic has been marked by a breakdown of law and order. Insurrection, tension, the pervasive, often forced recruitment and use of child soldiers, and widespread violence and atrocities, including those committed by Kremlin-linked and Yevgeny Prigozhin-affiliated entities, such as the Wagner Group. These dynamics threaten the peace, security, or stability of the Central African Republic and neighboring states, and continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13667 with respect to the Central African Republic. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and order printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code, 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 of May 15, 2019, with respect to securing the information, communications, technology, and service supply chain is to continue in effect beyond May 15, 2023. The unrestricted acquisition or use in the United States of information and communications technology or service designed, developed, manufactured, or supplied by persons owned by, controlled by, or subject to the jurisdiction or direction of foreign adversaries augments the ability of these foreign adversaries to create and exploit vulnerabilities in information and communications technology or services with potentially catastrophic effects. This threat continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, May 10, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 383 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 16, House Resolution 383. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2, to secure the borders of the United States and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 5 hours of debate, with 2 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1163, to provide incentives for states to recover fraudulently paid federal and state unemployment compensation and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill, as amended, are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis at our southern border that has captured the attention of the American people, but has fallen on deaf ears among my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and much more importantly, the President and the administration at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Just yesterday, I received a text from multiple law enforcement officers along the southern border, whether it's with the Department of Public Safety from Texas, whether it's with Border Patrol. For example, this was a quote, as of last night, the radios went crazy for West and South Laredo. Waves of folks, literally just group after group, bum rushing the border. The agents were spread thin as hell. In my precinct, we're literally all doubled up because our units are breaking down every other day. Ranchers are calling every other day stating there are folks on their property, but we can't get there fast enough. I hate to say this, but we're getting our rear ends handed to us. I used to have patterns, trends, and knew the drop-off pickup areas, but now it's a expletive free-for-all. Approximately 600 bodies at the Lavarios Gate, just half a mile east from Yarborough, happening right now in El Paso. I've got hundreds of these texts right now flooding into my phone, like every other member of Congress, because what is happening is an abject failure at the border, and it is a humanitarian crisis for Americans and for migrants. 5 million have been encountered at the southern border. 2 million have been released into the United States, incentivizing more to come. Over 1.5 million have evaded apprehension, i.e. gotaways, evading detection from Border Patrol since the beginning of this administration. Fentanyl pouring into our communities. Border Patrol has seized over 35,000 pounds of fentanyl. Just last Thursday morning, I met with 3 fentanyl moms, one of dozens of moms that I've met with because their children have died from fentanyl. 8 children in the school district in the county in which I reside, southwest of Austin, have died of fentanyl poisoning since last August. Over 10 have had to be resuscitated, revived with Narcan. Just last summer, 53 migrants effectively cooked in a tractor trailer in the hot Texas heat in San Antonio, Texas. 856 dead migrants, bodies found along the Rio Grande and in South Texas and on ranches. Little girls sold into the sex trafficking trade, held in stash houses in Laredo and Brownsville and El Paso and San Antonio and Houston and throughout this country. We know this to be true. It is documented to be true. And now the administration can't even keep up with the children that we have, with 85,000, according to the New York Times, not able to be contacted. And then my colleagues just blithely wipe that away, saying, oh, that's not true. It was a phone call. They didn't get them. They must be with a family member. What member of this body would treat their child that way? Oh, I called and didn't get a hold of them. Oh, well. But we do that with 85,000 children? I guess that's not nearly as effective as a photo op in white pantsuits sitting next to kids in cages, alleged, despite those cages were created by the previous administration specifically for the protection of children. But oh no, it doesn't look as good to have a photo op when you've got 85,000 missing children. And tomorrow, Title 42 expires. Now, for the average American, Title 42 is just something, they don't know what that is. What it is a part of our health code that allows us to say that we're going to turn people away in the middle of a pandemic. Yet the administration has been using that as effectively their only means of managing the border, to the extent you could call it managing the border. In March, for example, there were approximately 200,000 apprehensions. We're going to blow right through that right now because we're at 10, 11, 12,000 apprehensions a day. But when you add those 200,000 apprehensions, not even counting all of the parole, half of those were being turned away under Title 42. But when Title 42 expires tomorrow, more will come. There's an explosion at the border. None will be turned away because this administration has specifically chosen to ignore the law. And this administration is refusing to do their job to defend the border of the United States. The least compassionate, the least Christian, the least empathetic thing that a country could do is to allow human beings to be used as political pawns by cartels for profit, while Americans die by the thousands, while migrants get raped and abused and put in stash houses by cartels for profit by the thousands, while migrants die along the southern border by the hundreds, if not the thousands now, while our own people get overrun, their own ranches. I've sat and met with the ranch owners in South Texas who have to run across finding a dead body of a young woman, a mother with a baby on their ranch. Imagine, in the most powerful nation in the history of the world, thinking it's compassionate to have a system that allows that. But yet that is precisely what we do. Unfortunately, what my colleagues' response will be is, oh, we're going to have to do something about our immigration system and future flow and figuring out what we're going to do to make sure that we reform immigration. Don't you know, if we had comprehensive immigration reform, this would all just magically evaporate? Completely not true. The fact of the matter is, the starting point for any sensible border and immigration plan is a secure border in which you actually enforce the laws of the United States. Why? So people know what the rules are. We allow 600,000 to 1 million and 1.2 million, depending on the year, people to come into this country legally, as we should. Yes, we need to reform our immigration system, but none of it matters if we're going to embrace lawlessness and wide open borders and ignore the rule of law to the detriment of people and to the detriment of the very system that attracts people from around the world. We should be exporting the rule of law rather than importing lawlessness, fentanyl, death, and destruction. And the legislation we have before us would be a giant step towards ensuring that we can hold this administration accountable to make sure that we secure our border, protect our citizens, and protect migrants who seek to come here. And with that, I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it is now after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We were scheduled to be on the floor today around noon, but when I came to the floor prepared to debate this rule, we were told first to wait and then that the House would recess so that Republicans could go back behind closed doors to negotiate among themselves. This is becoming a pattern in this Congress. For the second session week in a row, the Rules Committee met far into the night and reported out completely closed rules that allowed no amendments on the floor. And now, after Speaker McCarthy realized that he couldn't pass his own bill, He spent all day negotiating in secret to twist people's arms to get enough votes from his own party to get this bill or the rule passed on the floor. No one has seen what's coming out of the backroom deal today and allegedly moving to the floor under this very rule. This isn't how you run the people's house, although it's apparently how the new House majority runs the people's house. Backroom deals that prioritize politics over policy or people. Turning to the matters at hand, this rule moves two bills to the floor. The first is H.R. 2, although, as mentioned, we still don't know what the final version of that bill will be. We should all be able to agree that immigration and border security present vast and complex issues. Despite my colleagues' pronouncements to the contrary, we all want a secure border that protects our national security. But we also need to address the realities of migration, the forces that are driving families, even young children, to flee their homes, and the serious workforce shortages confronting businesses in our country and elsewhere. Given the complexities of these issues, they require comprehensive and nuanced solutions. H.R. 2 is neither. It's a great example of the old adage, for every complex problem, there's a solution that is simple, clear, and wrong. During my legal career, I spent decades working on immigration cases and within our immigration system. I know it's underfunded and dysfunctional and has been for many, many years. We also know that American businesses, small and large, are asking for immigration reform so that they can hire the healthcare, agricultural, research, food service workers they need. Solving these issues is not simple, but I'm extremely disappointed that my Republican colleagues want to create more chaos by bringing an extremist, cruel, and completely unworkable bill to the floor today. The truth is, this isn't responsible or serious governance. And without any real proposal, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle resort to conspiracy theories, fact-free rhetoric, and political theater designed to stoke fear and chaos to distract from their lack of real solutions. We've seen how the failed and inhumane immigration policies of the prior administration weakened our economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, inflicted unimaginable cruelty upon defenseless migrant children, and did not make us any safer. However, Republican extremists want to take us back there again. Once more, they'd rather fixate and waste American taxpayer dollars to build a wall that the experts, including Customs and Border Patrol, agree will not solve the issue. And I must call out the dishonesty of claiming that families seeking legal asylum are a source of the very real scourge of fentanyl and other dangerous drug trafficking. We know from Customs and Border Patrol data that over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at U.S. ports of entry, in trucks or cargo ships, not in areas that a border wall might cover. Despite this fact, the bill fails to provide needed resources at ports of entry to fight fentanyl smuggling, where it's actually happening. And just last month, House Republicans voted to cap non-defense discretionary funding, which, according to DHS, would result in the cutting of 2,400 Customs and Border Patrol officers and agents that do this work, fighting the scourge of fentanyl. How can we begin to craft measures to address either the fentanyl crisis or humanitarian issues at our border if our Republican colleagues insist on starting from a place of misplaced blame and misguided policies? Additionally, this bill, or at least the most recent version of it that we've seen, enacts a nationwide E-Verify system without providing other reforms that give meaningful pathways for undocumented workers to legalize their status, as employers across this country are screaming for. In doing so, this provision has the potential to wipe out half of our agricultural workforce, cause huge disruptions in our nation's food system, allow a mass offshoring of jobs, and sink American farms from California to Pennsylvania and throughout states across the nation. This isn't the first Congress in which Republicans have tried to move forward on this E-Verify proposal. And in every Congress, it faces opposition from the small business community, civil liberties groups, religious organizations, agricultural organizations and growers, privacy advocates, libertarian think tanks, and immigration reform groups, because it fails to address our broken immigration system in a meaningful way. And this time around is no different. H.R. 2 also bans the Department of Homeland Security funding for critical nonprofit and religious partners that provide shelter, food, legal assistance, and other aid to vulnerable immigrants. That means a faith-based NGO that helps an Afghan refugee to find housing or gives support to a woman here on a U visa, that's a special status set aside for victims of crimes, will no longer get assistance to do that important work. How can our Republican colleagues say this bill is only about border security when it clearly and cruelly rips resources away from those in the country legally, too? And when it comes to this bill, the immoral policies do not stop there. This legislation puts children in harm's way, the very ones the other side of the aisle claims they want to protect. Children come or are brought to the U.S. because the conditions in their home countries are so horrific, whether due to poverty, violence, corruption, or climate change and how it's destroying their way of life. This is a situation that's been building for decades, and H.R. 2 does nothing to address it. During my legal career, I represented many of those children, those who were orphaned, those who were fleeing gang violence, starvation, or abuse. If we really want to protect child victims of trafficking or children separated from their parents who arrive at our border, we don't limit their access to representation as this bill does. We give them the tools to make the case that they're eligible to stay in this country, which a child simply cannot do unless they have a qualified attorney with them. I've seen up close how important representation is to anyone trying to navigate our immigration system, but especially kids. When our colleagues say they want to send unaccompanied children home to safety, they're turning a blind eye to reality. The reality that for most of these kids, there is no safe home. Their parents are dead or otherwise unavailable, and country conditions are so dangerous that the journey to our border is a safer alternative. This bill would expose children to the very harms and exploitation my Republican colleagues hollowly insist they want to prevent. In addition to limiting children's access to counsel, the bill allows them to be jailed. It guts the protections of the Flores Settlement Agreement, which has governed the conditions of children held in government custody for 26 years. In doing so, the bill upends a carefully crafted system to minimize the detention of children due to the grave impact that it has on their physical and mental health. The evidence is clear. No amount of detention is safe for kids. Even a short period can cause long-term harm, like psychological trauma and mental health risks. Despite knowing this, my Republican colleagues wrote a bill that allows the long-term detention of minors who arrive in the U.S. and that jails kids and their families indefinitely. I want to describe for a moment a tragic situation this bill creates. A mother and her child fleeing violence or starvation at home come to America in search of safety and legal asylum. When she finds the ports of entry are closed, which this bill would do, that mother takes her child and crosses between them. She then follows the rules and applies for asylum. To be clear, she's not a risk for flight or violence. Even so, this bill requires that she and her young child could be jailed for what could be years if she's prosecuted for the misdemeanor of unlawful entry, a result that's prohibited by current law and the Flores litigation. And this legislation falsely states it's consistent with the Flores decision, although it's clear that it's not, and that the court has already ruled on that precise point. If my colleagues want to come together and meaningfully work on immigration reform, it can't start from a place of cruelty against the most vulnerable. Instead, we need to recognize both the horrific conditions that cause migrants to flee their homes and the meaningful contributions that immigrants make to our country. And critically, we must provide functioning pathways for people to enter the U.S. lawfully. The second bill here is H.R. 1163. So in addition to their misguided immigration plan, today House Republicans are bringing up a harmful bill that hinders anti-fraud programs, opens up new pathways to fraud in unemployment insurance programs, and opens workers up to surprise bills through no fault of their own. My colleagues want to attack unemployment insurance, a benefit that helped millions of Americans stay afloat during the depths of the pandemic. Of course, it's important that we prevent fraud in our public programs, and instances of fraud in unemployment insurance absolutely should be addressed and prosecuted. In fact, just this morning, we learned that a Republican member of this chamber was indicted in New York on charges that, among other things, he allegedly stole public funds by fraudulently collecting pandemic unemployment benefits. I hope all my colleagues agree that stealing public funds, especially during a global pandemic when so many working people lost their jobs and needed the support to keep their families healthy and fed, is unacceptable and absolutely should disqualify someone from serving in the United States Congress. However, although my colleagues across the aisle claim that they want to fight fraud in unemployment insurance, their leadership continues to welcome the votes of this alleged fraudster in order to push a deeply unpopular and extremist agenda. And they want to pass a bill that makes it harder to catch the kind of cross-state fraud that their colleague has allegedly committed by slashing $400 million in critical funding for Department of Labor anti-fraud programs. It opens up opportunities for fraud in UI programs by halting the rollout of new identification verification systems. And the legislation allows states to send surprise bills to workers for accidental overpayments of unemployment insurance benefits made during the pandemic. These overpayments were made to workers who did nothing wrong and did not know they had been overpaid. These people spent their unemployment insurance on necessities like food for themselves and their children. They returned to work as soon as they could. But now, Republicans with this bill want to send these working people a bill and punish them for an error that they didn't commit. Ultimately, both of these proposals from my Republican colleagues are unserious and unworkable. They'll wreak harm on America's economy, especially businesses unable to find workers to grow or even survive. They'll wreak harm on working families, law-abiding immigrants, and terrified refugees who have the right to seek asylum at our borders. These bills are political stunts to stir up extremist supporters, not serious solutions to complex problems, problems that require comprehensive and nuanced solutions. We're eager to work with responsible legislators from any party on an immigration bill that truly secures the border, protects dreamers, and solves the workforce challenges we're seeing from farms to pharmacies. Such a bill would grow our economy, help our communities combat crime, and stem the flow of illegal drugs into our country. We firmly believe that we can reach an agreement that secures our border and reforms our immigration system in a way that reflects fundamental American values, and we're ready to work on that now. We welcome assistance in that from the House majority. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of points. First of all, this tired talking point of 90% of narcotics being captured at the ports of entry. Well, of course, that's the only place where we have Border Patrol because they're overwhelmed doing processing. We don't have anybody patrolling the border between the ports of entry. So, of course, you're collecting and finding a higher percentage of narcotics at the ports of entry. And a second point, this idea that this is treating kids inhumanely. Let's be very clear that what we do in this policy is treat children from other countries exactly as we treat them from Mexico and Canada under current law. And importantly, President Obama, that radical MAGA extremist, President Barack Obama, asked for this fix in his bill. I yield to my friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and rise today in support of the rule in the underlying bill, H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. For over 2 years, this administration, the Biden administration, has continued to ignore crisis after crisis. Just 2 weeks ago, the American people saw that President Biden and the Democrat Party were just fine ignoring a looming debt crisis. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, House Republicans kept their promise. They kept their promise to the American people and passed a responsible solution to raising the country's debt ceiling. Now this week, House Republicans are having to once again clean up after this administration and their reckless policies that are hurting the lives of Americans around the country, but especially in our home state of Texas. Our southern border is not secure. This administration does not have operational control, and their claim that they have decreased illegal immigration by 90% is simply laughable. President Biden's destructive policies and continued lies to the American people have only worsened this deepening crisis. We've heard from members, we've heard from law enforcement on the ground that this country has gone from one of the safest and most secure borders under the Trump administration to an unsustainable humanitarian crisis of epic proportions, and it is getting worse by the hour And with the expiration of Title 42 tomorrow, it will be unfathomable of what will be facing our friends on the Texas border. This all happened within the first 24 hours of this administration. President Biden sits in the White House and threatens to veto our bill, calling for comprehensive immigration reform. While vulnerable migrants are crossing our southern border, they're killed, they're trafficked every single day. Along with other Republican members, I want to see comprehensive immigration reform, but that cannot be done until this crisis on our southern border is under control, and H.R. 2 will do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, this bill will finish the border wall. It will provide adequate funding for our Border Patrol agents and ensure that the migrants most vulnerable, the unaccompanied alien children, are taken care of once they become this country's responsibility. This bill is just common sense. I urge members to support the underlying bill, support the rule, and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I do find it a little hard to credit the expressions of concern for the migrants who are crossing our border when, yet again today, the governor of Texas sent a busload of migrants from the border after announcing he was providing free transportation to them, but he refuses to tell the cities where they are headed that the migrants are on the way. So, as has occurred multiple times over the last year, people were dumped in Philadelphia at 6 o'clock in the morning. Thank God that the weather has turned, because when they were dumping them on New Year's Eve, it was pretty darn cold. So, please spare me the crocodile tears for the humanitarian concerns when you're not willing to help ease that process. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a very distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've been at the border. I've seen the sadness and faint hope, the faces of the children seeking asylum. Imagine the desperation a mother must feel sending her child across a treacherous path to seek asylum in the United States. It reminds me of another refugee, a mother who knew that if she did not send her child away, he would surely be killed. She placed her baby in a raft and sent him across the river. It was the Nile River. The baby was Moses. The bill we are taking up today would take away important asylum paths for children. I call upon my colleagues to remember the story of Moses, to remember the humanity that must be a guiding principle to the United States asylum laws. Our immigration system is surely broken. H.R. 2, though, does not fix it. Republicans instead are creating more chaos. Republicans are creating more chaos at the border. Chaos, not humanity, appears to be their guiding principle. This bill destroys the asylum seekers, wrecks our agricultural economy, and fails to address the flow of fentanyl into our communities. H.R. 2 even punishes those heroic nonprofits who serve to seek the vulnerable asylum seekers. At Rules early this morning, I presented amendments for members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus that would increase security, keep fentanyl and other deadly drugs off our streets, and protect military families. Republicans voted against funding our fight against fentanyl. They refused any amendments to be heard on the floor today that we would have discussed last night. We do not have enough farm workers to harvest our crops, or in New Mexico to grow our world-renowned green chili. The provisions in this bill are bad for farmers, ranchers, and for our agricultural economy. Instead of destroying our agricultural economy, let's pass the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. Instead of denying our students what they need, let's pass the American Dream and Promise Act. These bipartisan bills would grow our economy. Let's work together to fix our immigration system. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to address, at least for a minute, this disparaging commentary about the governor of Texas busing migrants. Well, I guess my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to ignore the fact that the Democratic mayor of El Paso was teaming up with Governor Abbott to do that. The Democrat mayor of El Paso was teaming up with the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, to do just that. Because, you know, walk a mile in our shoes in the state of Texas while we have hundreds of thousands of people pouring into our communities throughout the state of Texas. Welcome to the party. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Gentleman from South Carolina has yielded 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. You know, hearing my friends on the other aisle talk, you know, we're really on two different universes. We live in two different universes. The invasion that's happening at the border has not happened to this country nor any other country that has survived. And for you to make the claim of compassion, where's the compassion for the rapes that are occurring along the border? Where's your compassion for the farmers? It took your vice president, I don't think she's been to the border. It took the president, I don't think he's been to the border where the crossings were really occurring. He went for a photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crisis that no country that's ever had this type of invasion has been able to survive. America is at a crossroads, and this administration is guilty of opening up the borders. There is no point of entry. That's why where most of the illegals are coming that they can't track. And as my good friend from Texas, Congressman Roy, said last night at an 8-hour rules meeting, the fact is you don't want border security. You want everybody from every country to come into America. It's not fair for the police. It's not fair for our farmers. What about our schools that are being flooded? What about our Salvation Armies that are being flooded, will be flooded? What about our hospitals? Anybody and everybody coming into this country, it's not right. Let's look at some of the figures. And by the way, this is the strongest immigration bill that has ever been put forward. Just over last weekend, there were 26,000 apprehensions, over 7,000 gotaways, over 164 pounds of marijuana, 84 pounds of cocaine, 11 pounds of fentanyl, and 3 sex offenders. And this is just what was caught, what was missed. We're on track to have over 6 to 10 million illegals in this country that are taking advantage of our citizens, taking advantage of our police force, taking advantage of those who have lived in this country, and at least have get the wall built, which this bill does, at least have some type knowledge of who is coming. I've been to the border, and it's a sad sight to see. I've seen what's happening when they load the buses and distribute people all over the country. What about those who have done it legally? Last August, Biden formally ended President Trump's successful Remain in Mexico program. And within Biden's first 100 days in office, he took 94 executive actions on immigration.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Yield the gentleman 15 more seconds.
I'll just end up to say that this is un-American. It's not fair. I don't know how we walk this back, but it's something that this bill will protect and will help this country and will stop what this president is implementing. Thank you so much.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Members on both sides are reminded to direct your comments to the chair. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I just have to push back a little bit on this idea that somehow immigrants coming to this country are taking advantage of our police and different parts of our society. I mean, the Cato Institute, of all places, has published recently a study that shows there's a net economic benefit for several generations when we have immigrants come to this country. And of course, there's also the continuing inaccurate characterization of these folks coming here illegally when they are applying for asylum. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we are about to debate H.R. 2, a horrible immigration bill that betrays our values, that hurts our farmers, that makes it easier to put fentanyl on our streets. And we're told it was rewritten in a back room in the Speaker's office. I have yet to see the rewrite. In fact, I haven't even heard a description of what was changed. And I want to say for the record, from a process standpoint, this is as bad as it gets. My friends should be ashamed of themselves. But wait, there's even more. I wasn't planning to speak today, but I have to point out the ridiculous hypocrisy of what's going on. Republicans are here on the floor with straight faces, acting like unemployment insurance fraud is one of the top problems in America. They ignore billionaires who pay no taxes, but they want us to believe there's an unemployment insurance crime spree. And so here we are. They're going after farmers and veterans, after workers and families that needed help during the pandemic, while at the same time a sitting member of the House Republican Conference was indicted in federal court this morning for unemployment fraud. Let me repeat that. We have a member of this body, a member of this Republican conference, a key swing vote on their debt ceiling bill, a key swing vote to secure Kevin McCarthy's speakership, who this morning was in federal custody for, let me quote this from the indictment, falsely claiming to be unemployed while he was making $120,000 a year. I mean, is this a joke? George Santos allegedly stole almost $25,000 in unemployment benefits. And here's the part that you can't make up. This is too absurd to be true, but it is. Their bill defunds the program that catches people who commit this kind of fraud. I have a letter in front of me from the Department of Labor, which I will insert into the record, that says their bill defunds the program that helps them catch fraud. Now, maybe that's why George Santos co-sponsored it. Of course he did. If this becomes law, maybe he would have gotten away with it. But I think we should rename this the George Anthony DeValder Santos Fraudster Protection Act. What's that old horror movie saying? The call is coming from inside the House. You're going after fraud, but the fraud is coming from inside the Republican conference. Deal with that. And here's the bottom line. The modern GOP has become the party of corruption and crime. It's all about power for them. They put their own power above the people we represent. Their front runner for president is a sexual abuser and has been indicted for his illegal hush money payments to cover up his affair. They won't denounce it. Their key swing vote was in federal custody for allegedly stealing unemployment benefits and lying to Congress, and they won't kick him out. They want to gut the Office of Congressional Ethics, and they want to make it easier for rich people to cheat on their taxes. And now they want to pass a bill that would make it easier for George Santos to get away with fraud. Forget honor, forget principles, forget integrity. All they care about is power at any cost. It is disgraceful, it is shameful, it is wrong, and I urge a no vote on this rule and the underlying bill.
Time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
That's my favorite.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. You're recognized.
Mr. McGovern raised a few good points, but one in particular, we haven't seen the bill that we're allegedly supposed to be considering with this rule. Last night, Mr. Norman, who just spoke, correctly criticized this closed process. He said, and I quote, "That's a problem going forward, a huge problem, because that's not the process we think is fair to everyone," end quote. I would simply say to the gentleman that the process has only gotten worse. Reportedly, there will be an amendment offered to this rule that we haven't even seen yet. Although I guess the fact we may now know why we had to delay the hearing until this point so that your members could return from New York. But I wonder when we're going to see the open and transparent process that some of our Rules Committee colleagues have spoken so much about. And with that, I would reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, I would just remind my colleagues that it was in December when we got a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that was 4,000 pages long around 1 a.m. and then voted on it the next day. And in that bill, there was specific language that prohibited the Department of Homeland Security from actually, securing the homeland by securing the border. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri.
Gentleman from Missouri is yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you to my good friend from Texas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my strong support for the rules package of H.R. 2, Secure the Border Act. 1 year ago today, I was on the border with Mexico to see firsthand the deadly, chaotic crisis that this administration has created. With a wink and a nod, this president has welcomed more than 6 million illegal aliens into our sovereign nation, a human trafficking nightmare with some 85,000 children unaccounted for tonight. More than 100,000 of our fellow citizens murdered from fentanyl, drugs manufactured in communist China and smuggled across our southern border. An open border that is open business for the Mexican cartels that are now operating on our side of the border. And all we hear from this administration is lies. Lies that their immigration policy is based on compassion. It is exploitation, not compassion. Lies that the border is not open and that it's secure. Lies that the Border Patrol uses whips on illegals. Look, I've been on a horse. I know the difference between a whip and a rein. And just this past Monday, the White House came out with the biggest lie of all, that illegal immigration is down more than 90% under Biden. At this very moment, there are more than 1 million people amassed near our southern border, ready for Title 42 to expire and stream across our border largely unchecked. This administration's solution is to send 1,500 troops, not to push them back, but to push pencils. If this president and his Secretary of Homeland Security cannot find the grit to secure the border, we must do it in this chamber. Ronald Reagan once said, "A nation that cannot control its border is not a nation." Today, like Colonel William Barrett Travis, we draw the line in the sand. We will not lose our nation. We will not surrender to the drug cartels. We will not surrender to the lies of this administration, and we will not surrender America. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, and I apologize to my colleagues across the aisle. I didn't realize that I needed to delay my remarks until the next round. I do seek unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Labor which states that H.R. 1163 would hinder efforts to tackle unemployment insurance fraud, delay payments, and undermine state efforts to modernize and protect the system from fraud.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. I rise today in opposition to the closed rule and the underlying bill. H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act, was developed in an extreme mega echo chamber. Homeland Security Committee Republicans defeated all 43 amendments offered by Democrats to fix the bill's many flaws. This closed rule goes a step further and blocks House consideration of amendments like the one I filed, adding 1,700 CBP officers at ports of entry to process migrants, facilitate trade and tourism, and interdict fentanyl. More than 90%, as you've already heard, of hard drugs are interdicted at ports of entry. This is information passed to us by CBP, but Republicans refuse to make investments in the many ports of entry workforce or technology. Worst yet, the bill does nothing to address cartels and fentanyl trafficking. The rules doubles down on Donald Trump's border wall by blocking consideration of an amendment filed by Representative Troy Carter to protect landowners from eminent domain. With new border wall segments likely to cost about $46 million per mile, building 900 miles of walls could total billions. Finally, this closed rule blocks consideration of Representative Robert Garcia's amendment to strike language that villainizes community and religious organizations which provide basic necessities to migrants. H.R. 2 is written so poorly that it could force the American Red Cross to verify each person's immigration status before offering help. Can you imagine if groups have to say, "Show us your papers"?
That's just cruel. I urge a no vote on the rule and the underlying bill and yield back.
Fired. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Honored to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Texas for your leadership on this initiative and on this bill. It is sad that we find ourselves today having to force the administration to enforce the security of the United States border, that we have to force the Department of Homeland Security to secure the border. What this bill will do is to codify into law the effective policies under the previous administration that left this president with a secure border. What did this president have to do to maintain a secure border? Nothing but keep the policies in place that he inherited. We are currently averaging some 10,000 illegals per day invading the country. And what is the response from the Democrats on the other side in this administration? We can do better. We're having some 300,000 illegals invade the country on a monthly basis. Think the 3 largest football stadiums in the country, that equivalency, invading our border every day, invading our country. And yet we cannot get one Democrat vote, I predict, to vote to secure our border, to protect our country's national security, our health security, our economic security. This bill will build the wall. It will hire more border agents. It will enhance technology to assist them. It will require transparency and accountability from this derelict Department of Homeland Security. It will enhance compensation for our Border Patrol. It will support local law enforcement in their efforts to help secure the border. The fact is, no country in the history of the world has been more welcoming to migrants from all over the world, from all races, all nationalities, all ethnicities than the United States of America. We support legal, lawful immigration, and that's why this country permits a million legal migrants every year. But we must stand united against illegal immigration, and this bill does just that. And I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Sir, the gentleman from Texas reserves, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which states that it's the House's responsibility to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for our future generations and reject any cuts to these essential programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security and
Without
Medicare...
objection.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Social Security and Medicare are vital to many of our constituents' economic and health security. Many of my Republican friends across the aisle were calling for major cuts to these critical programs, but recently some have changed their tune. If they truly believe in their new position, I'm offering my friends the opportunity to back it up with a vote in the People's House. This vote will give members the opportunity to reassure Americans that the House won't eviscerate these foundational programs that our constituents rely upon. To discuss our proposal, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Americans are counting on us to pass real comprehensive immigration reform, but the bill being put forward by our Republican colleagues is a cruel and counterproductive measure that will only make our immigration problems worse by restricting legal immigration, criminalizing nonprofit organizations, putting children's lives at risk, and increasing the workload of Border Patrol officers without the support they need to do their jobs. So let's send this flawed bill back to committee for further work and instead pass H.Res. 178 to declare our sense that we are committed to protecting Social Security and Medicare. During the President's State of the Union address, the American people saw in real time as President Biden shamed our Republican colleagues into backing off their plans to cut Social Security and Medicare for now. But we know that there are many in their caucus that are still scheming to cut these essential programs. Last year, Democrats and President Biden passed a measure to allow Medicare to negotiate with the drug companies to lower drug prices. We should expand this program. Social Security and Medicare are vital lifelines. We must protect them, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This crisis has taken an unimaginable toll on the state of Texas, my home state, and the citizens there, as well as the migrants seeking to come into this country. I get contacted every single day, like my colleagues from Texas. In 2022, more than 2,000 Texans died from fentanyl poisoning, a 500% increase from 2019. I've already talked about the 53 migrants killed in a tractor trailer in the Texas heat. Texas has been forced to deal with it on their own, spending $4 billion of their own budget, $3 billion last cycle, because we're having to deal with the job the federal government is supposed to do. El Paso, state of emergency. Laredo, a state of emergency. Brownsville, a state of emergency. San Antonio, beefing up to try to deal with the surge. We're dealing with it every single day in Texas. And for that reason, I'm going to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of this bill. President Biden's policies have caused a massive surge of 370,000 unaccompanied children to come to our southwest border since he took office. Where's the outrage? Where are the tears? According to an HHS whistleblower, the U.S. government has become the middleman in a large-scale, multi-billion-dollar child trafficking operation run by bad actors seeking to profit off the lives of children. Where's the outrage? Where are the tears? We have seen from members on the other side of the aisle that they are claiming that this bill is going to somehow hurt children. Where are they reading the reports of minors as young as 9 who are being brought over illegally and are working the midnight shift, the graveyard shift in meatpacking plants? Again, where is the tears? Where is the outrage? H.R. 2 stops future surges and protects children by treating unaccompanied children from Mexico and the rest of the world in the same manner, enabling their safe return home to their families after they are screened for indications of trafficking or a credible fear of persecution. Look, when I was mayor of a city, I was city council for 6 years, I was mayor for 6 years, of a city of about 250,000 people, I saw the cost of illegal immigration firsthand at the local level. I saw the toll that it put on our local cities and communities in housing, in schools, in crime, in resources. I was lucky enough to be able to partner with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, and we saw at that time more illegal criminal aliens that were deported from our city per capita than any other city in the country. What did we see from that? Our crime dropped, and people who lived in low-income areas, minority areas, were the ones who benefited the most because they were being targeted by that crime. The American people did not vote for this chaos. They voted to have control over our borders. What we have seen from this administration is they continue to take every single tool out of the toolbox that is able to actually secure our borders. The American people sent us to D.C. to secure our borders and put an end to the worst humanitarian crisis our nation has ever seen. It's absurd that we're even here today having to pass a bill to force this administration to enforce the laws and do its most basic job, which is to enforce our laws, secure our border, and protect our nation. I yield
time
back.
has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from
Reserve.
Texas reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman is recognized for
Thank
2
you,
minutes.
Madam and Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague from Texas, I want to say that this bill, this set of bills, criminalizes California's, the United States private sector. Why do you make small businesses, large businesses, criminals? We have a 3.6 unemployment rate in this country. Every time I have businesses in my office, they say, we need workers, we need more immigrants. This is not what this set of bills is doing. Let's start out by recognizing the reality that we are living in the greatest country in the world, the strongest economy in the world. We need workers, and these bills fail to recognize that reality. Let's go back and work across the aisle. I say to my colleagues on the other side, let's come up with comprehensive immigration reform and a way to keep America as the greatest economy in the world. These bills do not do that. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas recognized.
I'd yield 2 minutes to my friend from Oklahoma.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Friend from Texas.
Title 42 expires tomorrow, and as Republicans are advancing the most conservative border bill ever, this administration is going to usher in more chaos on the southern border. It's going to be quite the contrast for the American people to witness. Border Patrol agents are already seeing a surge, 26,000 illegals apprehended in a 72-hour period. This is on top of 5 million illegal immigrants that have come into this nation within a 2-year period. That's more than the entire population of the state of Oklahoma, the state which I'm a representative of. House Republicans have a plan, and it's the bill before us, the Secure Border Act of 2023, which would resume wall construction. And that includes the 200-plus miles of wall that was fully funded by Congress but shut down when President Biden, in contrast to what the Constitution says, with his pen said, "Not another foot." This bill is going to deploy more technology. It's going to increase Border Patrol agents. It's going to end catch and release. Notice to appear in front of a judge has become notice to disappear under this administration. Securing the border used to be a bipartisan issue. In fact, President Biden supported the Secure Fence Act of 2006 when he was a United States Senator. That bill included physical barriers, 150-mile of wall built under the Obama administration. Here is what then Senator Biden, in his own words, said: "Why I believe the fence is needed does not have anything to do with immigration as much as drugs. And let me tell you something, folks. People are driving across that border with tons, hear me, tons of everything from byproducts, from meth to cocaine to heroin. It's coming up from corrupt Mexico." That was then Senator Biden. This statement is long before the fentanyl crisis, where 70,000 people in the United States died last year because of fentanyl poisoning, the leading cause of death between ages 18 and 45. And the Biden's own patrol agent disagrees with this administration.
Reserve. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Is my colleague prepared to close?
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to offer an amendment.
It's not a trick question.
Ready to offer an amendment.
Okay. Then I reserve. No? Close.
Does the gentlelady reserve?
No, I would close now.
Okay. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Since the aftermath of World War II, the United States has championed its duty to uphold the international right to seek asylum by providing those fleeing persecution with safe haven here in America. However, the Republican immigration plan in H.R. 2 and the rhetoric we've heard about it today does nothing more than sow chaos, anger, and fear about this important humanitarian system. And it puts the blame for our broken immigration system on the backs of families and children fleeing poverty and violence, instead of recognizing the complexity of the issues involving immigration and border security and blaming Congress for failing to address our broken system for decades. It's clear that jailing families indefinitely or sending unaccompanied children back to dangerous and exploitative situations and refusing to provide working legal pathways to residence will not make us any safer. Neither will wasting American taxpayer dollars to build a discredited and ineffective border wall, decimating our agricultural sector, or defunding trusted nonprofit organizations that provide support to immigrants. These are not the comprehensive multi-pronged solutions we need, the kind of solutions that Democrats have been imploring our Republican colleagues to come to the table on. Solutions that secure our ports of entry, expand legal pathways, and address the root causes of migration. A long and impactful history of immigration is at the heart of our American story, and as such, we should meaningfully fix our immigration system so it works better and can continue making our country stronger. We shouldn't gut it or attempt to destroy it altogether. I want a better future than that for the United States and all those who call it home. Mr. Speaker, I urge our colleagues to oppose the previous question in the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what we offer today through this rule will be legislation that will strengthen our southern border, secure this country, protect Americans, protect migrants, and ensure that our communities can be safe, particularly along our southern border in states like Texas, where the Speaker and I and many of our colleagues reside, and other friends of ours in Arizona, New Mexico, California that are dealing with this every single day. This bill is pretty simple. It strengthens and requires the administration to enforce existing law and closes the asylum and detention loopholes that have been exploited for years. It curbs releases into the interior, a massive pull factor, by requiring DHS to detain, remove, or place in a safe third country, but in doing so allows a path for migrants to be able to pursue asylum claims, but just simply follows current law to not be released into the United States. Again, it's pretty straightforward. It re-implements the asylum deals that were working and ends the bogus asylum claims. It keeps families together while asylum claims are being processed. It protects unaccompanied children by reforming TVPRA, a request from the Obama administration. It requires DHS to immediately resume border wall construction, which President Biden has halted. The fact is, the American people are very well aware of the crisis at the border that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to ignore. I had some friends send me while I was speaking here the comment section from the New York Times. The comment section from the New York Times. I'm not talking about Breitbart or something. I'm talking about the New York Times. Page after page after page of citizens saying, for example, though I've always voted Democrat, my vote in the next presidential election will go to whichever candidate has the best, most seemingly effective plan for securing our border. It's the most pressing issue for our country. If only the president and my Democratic colleagues would agree. The fact of the matter is, we have a devastating crisis that is killing Americans and killing migrants. And right now, to be very clear, our Border Patrol agents and our law enforcement community along the southern border are overwhelmed. They are crying out for help. I had a man text me just a minute ago who works with Border Patrol and DPS who said we're at a broken arrow moment. We are overrun. We have no place to go. We have a crisis. This body needs to respond, and we need to take action as we speak. Mr. Speaker, shortly I will be offering an amendment to the rule. The amendment is a very short one-page modification that makes clear that Congress will address within 60 days the dangerous cartels confronting our country. And it will add a sense of Congress to clarify certain language involving agricultural issues related to E-Verify. Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution.
Report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Roy of Texas. Strike the first section of the resolving clause and insert the following. That upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2, to secure the borders of the United States and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment specified in Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill, as amended, are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except one. 5 hours of debate, with 2 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Add at the end the following. Section 3, the amendment referred to in the first section of this resolution is as follows. Amend Section 123 of Division A to read as follows. Section 123, report on Mexican drug cartels. Not later than 60 days after the date of the enactment of this act, Congress shall commission a report that contains the following. 1, a national strategy to address Mexican drug cartels and a determination regarding whether there should be a designation established to address such cartels. 2, information related to actions by such cartels that causes harm to the United States. In Title 8 of Division B, redesignate Section 815 as Section 816. In Title 8 of Division B, insert after Section 814 the following. Section 815, Sense of Congress on further implementation. It is the sense of Congress that in implementing the E-Verify program, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall ensure any adverse impact on the nation's agricultural workforce, operations, and food security are considered and addressed.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the amendment and on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the amendment and on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the lady from Pennsylvania rise?
We request the yeas and
To
nays.
request the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring the vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic votes. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question. On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. The citizen number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye.
Gavel first. Gavel first. On this vote, the yeas are 236, the nays are 190. The amendment is adopted. The question is on the adoption of the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. What does the legislator from Pennsylvania seek recognition for?
Requesting a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in favor of a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
.321. This time has been designated for taking of the official photo of the House of Representatives in session. The House will be in a brief recess while the chamber is being prepared for the photo. As soon as the photographer indicates that these preparations are complete, the chair will call the House to order to resume its actual session for taking of the photograph. At that point, the members will take their cues from the photographer. Shortly after the photographer is finished, the House will proceed with business. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess while the chamber is being prepared. The unfinished business is the vote of the adoption of the House Resolution 383, which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 16, House Resolution 383, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2 to secure the borders of the United States and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1163 to provide incentives for states to recover fraudulently paid federal and state unemployment compensation and for other purposes.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution as amended. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 383, I call up House Res 2 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the clerk will report H.R. 2.
H.R. 2, a bill to secure the borders of the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 383, the amendment specified in Section 3 of the resolution is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 5 hours, with 2 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 5 hours, with 2 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. 2 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 1 hour equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 60 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of House Resolution 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. Last year, Republicans made a commitment to America to secure our borders, protect our nation, and safeguard our communities. Today, House Republicans are delivering on that promise. No matter where you sit on the political spectrum, it is undeniable that we are in the midst of a severe border crisis. In just over 2 years, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have intentionally turned our nation's border into a place of chaos and devastation, one controlled by the drug cartels. The administration's refusal to enforce the law or implement effective policies to secure the border has led us to this point, completely dismantling any semblance of law and order. Over the past several months, the members of the Committee on Homeland Security have been hard at work crafting a solution to address the administration's self-inflicted crisis at our borders. With input from our colleagues across the Republican conference, as well as Border Patrol agents, victims of illegal alien crime and the drug crisis, small business owners, state and local law enforcement, and farmers and ranchers, the committee has taken the time to fully understand Secretary Mayorkas's record-breaking humanitarian crisis. These are the everyday Americans bearing the brunt of this crisis who are all too often overlooked by the media and the D.C. Beltway. The numbers that they and now all Americans are facing are staggering. More than 5 million encounters at the southwest border since President Biden took office. Over 1.4 million known gotaways since February 2021. 193 aliens on the terrorist watch list encountered along the southwest border trying to enter the country between ports of entry from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 2023, over 14,000 pounds of fentanyl seized in fiscal year 23, enough to kill the entire U.S. population 9.5 times. Over 61,000 criminal aliens arrested by CBP attempting to cross the U.S. borders since the beginning of FY 2021. And just as we think it can't get any worse, tomorrow marks the end of the only tool that Customs and Border Protection has left under the administration, Title 42. As we've approached the end of Title 42 the past few days, CBP has been reporting an even greater increase in the number of alien encounters and gotaways, which are already off the charts. Whether my colleagues on the other side want to admit it or not, Mr. Biden and Mr. Mayorkas' border crisis has turned every state into a border state, and the American people have had enough. From a record number of fentanyl deaths to rising crime, it is the families and communities across America that are left to pay the price of this administration's open borders and anti-security policies. These policies are enriching and emboldening transnational criminal organizations who have increasingly threatened the safety and security of all Americans. But we're here with a solution. Thanks to the hard work of many members across multiple committees, House Resolution 2 requires the administration to secure the border, enforce the law, reduce illegal immigration once again. Specifically, Division A of the bill addresses the immediate impact of the border crisis by focusing on mitigating and stopping the surge of illegal border crossers and illicit drugs that are flowing across our borders between ports of entry. Over 30 years ago, the United States government began building the border barrier system. We've heard from frontline agents on the ground that an effective border barrier system is a proven critical component in deterring and discouraging illegal activity. That is why House Resolution 2 directs the Secretary of Homeland Security to immediately resume construction of the border wall. The bill requires at least 900 miles of wall to be built, using the materials that American taxpayers have already paid for, but that under President Biden and laying unused and left to deteriorate in the desert. This bill makes targeted investments in border technology that not only supplements the border wall system, but also integrates new, advanced, and improved technologies into the Border Patrol operations that will prioritize frontline personal safety and the detection of illicit activity. We know that Border Patrol agents are leaving at a faster rate than the CBP commissioner can hire them. Under the Biden administration, Border Patrol agents are stretched thin, both physically and mentally. They are overwhelmed and overworked. Customs and Border Protection agents are leaving before reaching their retirement eligibility because of poor working conditions and low morale due to a horrendous lack of support from the Biden administration and the inability to do what they signed up to do, enforce the law. During the committee's field hearing on March 15th, Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz testified that he needs approximately 22,000 agents to achieve Border Patrol's mission. H.R. 2 mandates CBP expand their force by over 3,000 agents to reach that total of 22,000 agents. The bill also aims to return agents back to their law enforcement duties in the field by ensuring they are not responsible for serving as processing coordinators, something that the Biden administration is forcing highly trained law enforcement agents to do. The bill addresses the retention challenges that Border Patrol is facing by providing qualified agents with a retention bonus. They need to know that all of us in Congress have their back and appreciate their sacrifice. The Department of Homeland Security has made very blatant attempts to bury the release of its monthly border statistics or withhold certain information from the public. That is why H.R. 2 requires DHS to publicly disclose all monthly data, including known gotaways and known or suspected terrorists, before the 7th day of each month. Congress will not tolerate this administration's lack of transparency to the American people, who deserve to know who and what is coming into our country. To further enhance border security measures, this bill increases support for Operation Stone Garden, a grant program that provides funds to state and local and tribal law enforcement agencies that are forced to deal directly with the crisis given the administration's complete dereliction of duty. Under H.R. 2, Operation Stone Garden grants will be increased to $110 million per year and we know this support can't come soon enough for our state and local law enforcement. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Child Deportation Act. This cruel, inhumane, and unworkable bill was written in an extreme MAGA Republican echo chamber. Consider H.R. 2 today. Under a closed rule is a cynical move on the part of Republicans to exploit the operational challenges associated with the lifting of Title 42 public health restrictions. Republicans have a short memory. Just in February, they voted to lift Title 42 when they voted to lift the COVID-19 health emergency. It sets Customs and Border Protection up for failure by shifting all processing to ports of entry without providing any additional resources. To make matters worse, it would bar CBP from leveraging technology to process migrants in an orderly way. H.R. 2 doesn't fund a single new officer at our ports of entry, where more than 90% of fentanyl is interdicted. In committee, we tried to get an additional 1,700 officers to build greater capacity, but Republicans refused to do it. Furthermore, this xenophobic bill would strip DHS funding from any community or religious organization that helps migrants. The language is so broad that an organization that places water in a remote area of the desert or provides a pregnant mother a safe place to sleep would be ineligible for DHS funding. It is so broad that they may be refused Homeland Security grants to help protect their facilities. Denying assistance to nonprofits is just plain shameful, particularly after what we saw in Brownsville this past weekend. There is reporting that a man who rammed his SUV into a crowd outside a migrant shelter, killing 8 and injuring at least 10 others, was fueled by invasion and alien rhetoric. My heart goes out to everyone hurt by this senseless act of violence. The language in this bill is so far-reaching that it would force the American Red Cross to verify every person's immigration status before providing life-saving services. Can you imagine if they had to say, show your papers before evacuating people? That's just inhumane. And get this, H.R. 2 is so broadly written that it would actually impede detention and deportation. Mr. Speaker, Fox News viewers who support deporting migrants should take a look at Section 115C in Division A. If enacted, it would prohibit DHS from contracting with any non-governmental organization to transport or shelter, quote, inadmissible aliens, unquote. This language would prevent ICE from contracting with private companies to facilitate deportation or provide detention space because these companies are non-governmental organizations. Yes, you heard that right. This bill is so poorly written that it could actually prevent ICE from deporting people. Over the next 2 hours, Democrats will discuss many other problematic provisions of this extreme mega bill that Republicans cobbled together and that we learned yesterday would blow a $6.1 billion hole in the budget. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this Child Deportation Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman and thank Mr. Speaker. My colleagues across the aisle say we have a short memory. We don't have a short memory. This has seemed like an eternity the last 2 years. We had no idea as a nation that this much injury could be brought upon our country in this short a period of time. H.R. 2 is the strongest border security package that has ever been brought to the floor in this body. And why has the majority party, the Republicans that were elected into power by the American people last year, why have we drafted this bill over the course of the last year? Carefully and strategically, because we're responding to the total collapse of our sovereignty at the southern border, brought upon America by my colleagues across the aisle. If you want more of what you see on the TV today, then by all means, America can support my Democratic colleagues and their policies, because those are the policies that have brought this disaster upon our nation. H.R. 2 addresses it aggressively. Our southern border is no longer a sovereign border wherein America controls the northern portion and Mexico controls the southern. It's now a theater of engagement controlled by the cartels. H.R. 2 corrects it. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand in support of H.R. 2 because it addresses aggressively the injury that our nation suffers, brought upon us by weak, disastrous policies out of the Democrat executive branch, White House, and Democrat majority control for the last 4 years. Mr. Chairman, I urge strong support of H.R. 2, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields as the gentleman from Tennessee reserve. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the extreme MAGA Republican Default on America Act, which the last speaker voted for, would result in an across-the-board cut of 22% for the Department of Homeland Security, which would undermine border security. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and this bears an important absolute and imperative necessity of a little walk down memory lane. Actuality, the American people really want to uphold her values, the values that they have come to understand as a core of who we are. And the Homeland Security Committee traditionally, as the chairman and I have seen over the years, worked in a bipartisan manner. Little history that just more than a decade ago, there was a bipartisan comprehensive immigration bill led by the late John McCain. Unfortunately, interestingly enough, the Senate moved and the House simply imploded that dream. The dream that those who came to this country without anything and did not know they had come wrongly, if you will, young people could be DACA recipients and ultimately work their way towards citizenship. There was an effective asylum process, and we argued vigorously for legal immigration, and people dutifully got online. But consistently, as we refused to build on the comprehensive immigration structure, even though Democrats supported heavily enhancing the border, my bill some years ago provided enormously new equipment and technology. And one of our colleagues even explained, by the way, this new border wall that everyone wants to talk about is not a border wall because it's indented onto U.S. soil. So once you get over to the wall, you're already eligible to apply for asylum. And most of the people who come through legal points of entry. So why the cruelty of this bill? I can be for legal immigration and I can be for securing this nation, and I don't have to take a sledgehammer and bloody the very fabric of this nation. It is interesting that we offered 43 Democratic amendments. None were accepted. Is there something wrong with body cameras for our officers at the border? Not accepted. Something wrong with refusing to separate 9-month-old and 5-year-old from their families? Family unification, committing to not separating families, is that something wrong? I work with NGOs. I'm in Texas, I'm in Houston. We're getting some of those migrants right in Houston, and there will be an NGO that will be dealing with individuals who are not status. But what you want to have happen, as is happening in El Paso because of the overwhelming, that you want no resources, you want people on the street, and I'm so sad and shameful to say the loss of individuals in Brownsville in what seemed to be a murderous rage. So we cannot do this, and I urge Republicans to support detaining and deporting more migrants to take a look at Section 115C in Division A. If enacted, it would prohibit DHS.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Mississippi, would you like to yield more of your time?
I yield an additional minute to the gentlelady from Texas.
The gentlelady is recognized for a minute.
Appreciate the gentleman. If 115C in Division A, if enacted, it would prohibit DHS from contracting with any non-governmental organization to transport or shelter, quote, inadmissible aliens, unquote. What is that? This language would prevent ICE from being able to contract with private companies that facilitate deportations or provide detention space because they are non-governmental organizations. Ironically, it seems that this Child Deportation Act may actually undermine our friends on the other side, the MAGA deportation agenda. Why are we not more committed, Mr. Speaker, to coming together around the ideals of the Statue of Liberty? Bring us your forlorn, your worn, your desperate. Yes, they're coming in droves, but the President has a plan. And there will be more interaction with Guatemala. There will be processes in Mexico. There will be more officers at the border for those who are seeking asylum. Why should we reject that? Why don't we come and find a way to stand up the infrastructure? Because a border wall that is $45 billion per inch is not going to be the only solution. I ask my colleagues to take this bill off the floor, go back to the drawing board, work with those of us in Homeland Security with all of the amendments we offered, and make a reasonable difference in the lives of Americans. And might I put back on the table, because they're all in my office all the time, the DACA recipients need a response. They are paramedics, doctors, lawyers, teachers. How dare we ignore the talent that is here that wants to be a patriotic American? I only ask for mercy. Take the bill back, help our children, make a difference, and honor the Statue of Liberty and protect the national border of this United States of America. We can do it, and it's not being done either by Texas or the United States of America. We want to do it. The people in Houston want to be humanitarians, and they want to be safe. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Guest.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, our border is broken. This administration for over 2 years has been unwilling or unable to secure our southern border. Statistics show in FY21, President Biden set a record with 1.9 million encounters. In FY22, he broke that record with 2.7 million encounters. And in FY23, President Biden is on pace to break that record once again. The numbers to my left paint a grim picture of the dire situation along our southern border. And these numbers will only grow worse as Title 42 expires. Republicans from Homeland Security, from Judiciary, from Foreign Affairs have worked together to craft legislation that will combat the border crisis, a crisis created by the failures of this administration. This legislation will hire thousands of new agents, pay retention bonuses to our frontline officers, invest in new technology, construct hundreds of miles of walls and barriers, and will support our local and state partners. Congress must fill the gap of leadership created by the inaction of this administration. We must stop the flow of illegal drugs from pouring into our communities. We must end the flood of immigrants that are coming across each and every day. We must support the hardworking men and women of law enforcement who are on the front lines of this crisis. We will not back down from this fight. And any veto threat by this president be damned, we will deliver security to the American people. With that, I urge support on this measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee reserve?
Reserves.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Republicans want it both ways. First, they vote to reduce the number of Border Patrol agents in the field by 1,400 under their Default in America Act. And now, all of a sudden, they want to do something different. So either you're for it or you're against it, but you can't have it both ways. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
And I'd like to thank the ranking member, Mr. Thompson, for the opportunity to speak here today. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2. During the nearly 17 hours that the Committee on Homeland Security met to consider the border bill offered by Mr. Greens, Democrats offered more than 40 amendments in order to remedy significant shortcomings in the bill. In an effort to offer new provisions to bolster operations at Customs and Border Protection and build up the fiscal year 2023 Omnibus Appropriations Act, which is what we were supposed to be going on, working on the budget that night. Under Democratic leadership, they provided over $17 billion to CBP to not only enhance port of entry operations, but also increase funding to the U.S. Border Patrol by 17%. All of the amendments were rejected by the committee Republicans. Instead of working with Democrats to provide bipartisan solutions to fix our broken immigration system, H.R. 2 is just a far-right MAGA-style immigration bill advanced by Republicans that would tear at the fabric of American values and drastically limiting asylum opportunities while doing nothing to create an orderly system. The xenophobia bill filed in this space of religious values that Republicans claim to live by. At best, H.R. 2 is a deeply distrustful effort to exploit irregular migration at the southwest border, which is expected to intensify with the termination of Title 42 health restrictions, to make political points with Donald Trump and his devoted extreme MAGA base. The hardworking civil servants who work to keep our borders secure deserve so much better. And Mr. Speaker, I urge Republicans who support detaining and deporting more migrants to take a look at Section 115C, Division A. If enacted, it would prohibit DHS from contracting with any non-governmental organizations to transport or shelter, quote, inadmissible aliens, unquote. This language would prevent ICE from being able to contract with private companies that facilitate deportations or provide detention space because they want a non-governmental organization to do it. Now, for the life of me, here we are again. You can't have it both ways. You want all of this deportation to happen, but now you're limiting the organization from doing it. You know, ironically, it seems that the child deportation.
The gentleman will suspend, please. The gentleman will suspend, please. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized. Would you like to yield more time to the gentleman from New Jersey?
Yes, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, just one last point. You know, ironically, it seems that the Child Deportation Act may actually undermine the extreme MAGA deportation agenda. And listening to my colleague, the ranking member from Mississippi, we've already torn children and babies away from their family. Now it appears that we won't even help women that might be pregnant in this endeavor. I mean, how far do you want to go? And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Mississippi reserve?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2. We have a crisis at our southern border, and when Title 42 expires in just a few hours, that crisis will become a complete catastrophe. In an effort to play petty politics, the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas have traded many effective policies implemented by President Trump for chaotic, unorderly, and inhumane immigration. I arrived to the United States with my family shortly after the communist takeover of our native homeland. I understand the plight of many of those who are fleeing socialist regimes in Cuba and Venezuela and Nicaragua because I, too, am an exile. I, too, am an immigrant. We have legal processes already in place for people to immigrate to America legally and to solicit political asylum legally. But what the Biden administration is doing is offensive, cruel, and inhumane. Lethal fentanyl is flooding our border, killing nearly 100,000 Americans every single year. According to the New York Times, there are over 85,000 migrant children unaccounted for, and many are being subjected to forced labor and child sex trafficking. I repeat, 85,000 unaccounted for children here in the United States. I ask you, is that humane? I think not. The lack of enforcement of our border is incentivizing illegal immigration and enriching corrupt Mexican drug cartels that extort the most vulnerable. While the Biden administration endangers American people, H.R. 2 tackles the crisis head-on. This bill resumes construction of the border wall that's needed, increases the number of border agents to 22,000, increases federal grants to local law enforcement in border states, protects migrant children from human trafficking, streamlines the asylum process, and enforces background checks to bar repeat criminal offenders from re-entering our country. H.R. 2 provides a solution to the crisis that President Biden has created. Believe me, he's created it. Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration have failed to protect America, and our country is more dangerous than ever before. With that, I urge support of the measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee reserve?
Reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Congressional Budget Office says the Child Deportation Act would, quote, decrease the population of the United States by about 600,000 people, mostly by reducing the number of unaccompanied children present in the country, unquote. Republicans claim to be concerned about exploitation and abuse of unaccompanied children, but their answer is to slam the doors shut and deport them from the United States. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 2, which is a cruel and draconian bill that demonizes asylum seekers, harms unaccompanied migrant children, and defunds programs that support nonprofit organizations and local governments that are essential to the humane processing of asylum seekers coming to our shores hoping for a better life. And in just a brief response to the gentleman from Florida, our law says that anyone crossing the border anywhere can apply for asylum. So there is no such thing as lawful asylum and unlawful asylum. And in fact, this is an area that we should address in a bipartisan way. We are in desperate need for comprehensive immigration reform. We need thoughtful and effective border security. We need more immigration judges to process asylum applicants. We need more visas for those to enter this country legally. And we need a pathway to citizenship that all of our ancestors have benefited from. But this bill is the opposite of that. It was unilaterally written by House Republicans as a partisan messaging bill with no chance of becoming law. And with this bill, Republicans are putting politics over people. In our committee, Democrats offered more than 30 amendments to try to amend and improve this bill. Every single Republican voted no on every single amendment. One even expressed shock that Democrats would dare to try to change their bill. Sadly, the Republicans rejected one of my amendments that would do more to address border security and fentanyl trafficking than anything else in this bill. An amendment to stop the massive flood of American guns to drug cartels in Mexico. Those same cartels that the chairman from Tennessee says are in control of the border. These guns give the cartels their power, it fuels the violence, and facilitates their illegal trade. Mexico has one gun shop, and it takes months of background checks to purchase a gun. But the latest estimates that we have here are that more than 500,000 American-made guns are exported to Mexico, including assault weapons of war, and many land in the hands of cartels to fuel their human and drug trafficking operation. But there isn't a single mention of guns in H.R. 2, not one. This bill is supposed to be about border security. Our border is broken, as one of my colleagues just said. Well, how can we fix the border when the cartels are ruling it with American guns? Any serious attempt to secure our borders has to address the exportation of more than 500,000 American guns per year to Mexico. But just like the gun violence
Gentleman will
epidemic
suspend. The gentleman from
that is
Mississippi
ravaging
is recognized. Would you like to yield more time?
Yield the gentleman an additional minute.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Just like the gun violence epidemic that is ravaging our country, Republicans refuse to address the source of the problem. We need comprehensive immigration reform, meaningful solutions to address our broken immigration system, and to live up to our American values. This bill is nothing of the sort. Instead, it turns a real crisis that needs serious solutions into a political messaging tool. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. Is the gentleman from Mississippi reserved?
Yes, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjarlais.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman and my colleague from Tennessee. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2. If you watch TV and listen to the administration and Secretary Mayorkas, they would tell you that the border is secure, that the border is not open. In other words, they're telling you to believe what they say and not what you see. Anybody who looks at the border can see the crisis that is there. They can look in their communities and they can see the tragedy that's unfolding with fentanyl. They can look to the sanctuary cities where all the mayors love to say, we'll take anyone, send your immigrants to our cities. Now they're screaming no more. As soon as they got a taste of what the border states are feeling and dealing with every day, they want no more part of it. The toll that this is causing our country is hard to grasp. Look no further than our SNAP program. That everyone wants to expand SNAP and make sure no one goes hungry. I agree that anyone in need should get food, but we cannot get an answer to how many people who are here illegally are on the SNAP program. We've been trying for a year. We've asked Secretary Mayorkas via letter. We've asked Secretary Vilsack via letter how many people who are here illegally or undocumented or on SNAP. We do know that 45% of non-documented households receive SNAP and only 21% of U.S. citizens receive SNAP. And when I bring this up in committee, I'm told it's very hard to get SNAP benefits if you're in the country illegally, but there are several exceptions, more than 11. Two of the main exceptions are, one, if you're under 18, you automatically qualify. We all know how many children are coming across the border. They're receiving SNAP benefits. The other is if you're seeking asylum. Well, who's coming here that is not seeking asylum? I heard the gentleman mention that anyone can claim asylum, but what we're seeing here is not true asylum seeking. It is what they're told to say because they know that's the clearest pathway into the country. And people are just simply being released in record numbers. 5-6 million people have come into our country illegally. And you know who hates illegal immigration more than any of us? People who did it right. We have the most generous immigration system in the world. Almost 1 million per year can come here legally. We're letting millions in illegally, and the people who do it right resent
time
that.
has expired.
So I urge adoption
Additional
of this
30 seconds.
important.
The gentleman
Thank
is
you, Chairman.
recognized.
The
gentleman will suspend, please.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. So, I urge support of this measure because we are a country of laws, and it's not right to allow your first measure in entering this country to be something illegal. And it flies in the face of all the people who did it correctly. And thank God that we have a chairman like Chairman Green who is addressing this issue. It should be a bipartisan issue. Everyone's feeling it. And it's time that we act. And I thank the Republicans for bringing this forward. It's important, and I strongly support it.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee reserve?
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on March 15th, Border Patrol Chief Ortiz told the Homeland Security Committee that, quote, cartels control an awful lot of the southern border south of the United States, unquote. Last time I checked, south of the United States meant Mexico, and not 5 of 9 U.S. Border Patrol sectors. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Mississippi for yielding. I rise today to discuss H.R. 2, the House Republicans' border bill that fails to fix our broken immigration system. I have been to our southern border twice since January because I do believe it is important that we experience those challenges firsthand. And despite there being an immense amount of work to do at our border, this legislation fails to meet the moment. Instead of solutions, Republicans want a wall that would immediately be obsolete upon completion and would only serve as a painful reminder of the Republicans' failed border policies. A wall that would cost almost $25 million per mile to complete, resulting in a total bill to the American taxpayers of over $11 billion. For a party that talks about wasteful government spending, how can this possibly be the best use of our taxpayer dollars? I and my colleagues on Homeland Security offered numerous amendments to this bill to address some of its core deficiencies. When I offered an amendment to strike this wasteful spending on an inefficient wall, it was rejected by every single Republican. Operation Blue Lotus, a Biden administration program, has stopped over 4,000 pounds of fentanyl from being brought into the U.S., has led to dozens of arrests and the seizure of thousands of pounds of illicit drugs. And yet, when I offered an amendment to provide congressional authorization for this successful program, it was rejected again by every single Republican. So even on the issues that Republicans talk most about, like fentanyl, this bill fails to address those challenges. And even worse, this bill treats migrants as our enemies instead of our neighbors, who are simply looking to give their families the opportunities to be hopeful about their tomorrows, to give them their fair shot at their American dream, the fair shot that all of our families were given by this country. And this bill also seeks to punish nonprofits and NGOs who, by caring for our most vulnerable neighbors, reflect the best of who we are as a country. Organizations like Catholic Charities who feed, house, and take care of migrants could lose federal funding by simply fulfilling their spiritual mission of supporting those most in need. Democrats offered amendments to ensure that NGOs would not be penalized for providing services to pregnant women, to children, to families, and each amendment failed because not a single Republican was willing to stand up and vote for it. This should not be who we are as a country. But if this bill becomes law, it will say to the world, this is who we've become. I am a no on H.R. 2, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker, I
from
reserve.
Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the Speaker of the House, the United States House of Representatives, Mr. McCarthy.
The Speaker is recognized.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I want to thank Chairman Green for his work. Mr. Green, when we took the majority and you became chairman, you didn't sit in Washington to figure out what the problem was. You actually took your committee to the border to see firsthand. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the ranking member on the other side wouldn't attend. But he stands up, speaker after speaker, thinking he knows what's happening on the border from far away of Washington. You know, I've been to the border 4 times in the past 3 years. I've seen the fear in the eyes of the ranchers who's had their property broken into. I've heard the frustration in the voice of the Border Patrol agents who are stretched to the limit. 2.5 years ago when I went to the border, I sat with the agents in El Paso. They told me they saw something different that they haven't seen before. That they were actually catching people on the terrorist watch list. I came down, I had a press conference. I announced what they told me. I would have thought, Mr. Speaker, the members on the other side of the aisle, knowing what has happened at 9/11 and others, that they would rise up in a united front to protect America. You know what I heard from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? They said I was lying. They said they had as much security clearance as I did. That it must be not true. Because you see, in Washington, they thought they knew all, but they didn't go to the border to actually talk to the people who work right there. Interesting as though the next day, the administration had to say it was true. You know what the administration did then? Withheld the information from Congress so they could no longer find out how many people we would catch on the terrorist watch list. They wanted to deny to know what's going forward. So to my good friend on the other side of the aisle, the ranking member of Homeland Security, I'm sure you know that in the month of February, do you know that we caught more people on the terrorist watch list in this 1 month, in the last entire time of the last administration? In the last administration, 4 years of everybody that came across on the terrorist watch list, this February, more came across. I'm sure from the far away, you might probably think that's not true too. You know, I felt the sorrows in the words of the mothers and fathers who lost their children to fentanyl. And you know what? You can stay in Washington if you want, and you will still hear the sorrows of the mothers and the fathers. Today alone, 300 Americans will be poisoned by fentanyl. 300. It's the equivalent of an airline crashing each and every day in America. I don't hear you rising up. Every day, 300. They come from all walks of life. But you want to stand and you want to say no to H.R. 2? I want you to look to the parents in the eyes of their young children. Because they didn't buy fentanyl when they died. They were at college. They bought Xanax. And it doesn't just happen to you think the kids, maybe in the partying or others. You know, just last year on spring break, 6 kids OD'd in Florida. They didn't belong to a fraternity. They went to West Point. They didn't buy fentanyl. They all didn't take the cocaine. 4 of them did. The other 2 simply gave them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But you know what? Vote no. Go ahead, vote no. But if you won't lead, we will. If you want to take the same approach as the president, that you want to ignore a problem and say it's not happening, we won't sit back. We don't sit back in Washington. We go to the border to actually see what's going on. We listen, we learn, and then we sit in committee. Even though your committee went and had a hearing, I'm sure you're very proud. You protested, you didn't go. Who lost? More Americans lost. More Americans will die by your actions. For their sake and for our nation's safety, we must secure our border. This is President Biden's record on the border. Record crossings, record carelessness, record chaos. More than 11,000 people were caught yesterday crossing the border illegally. The highest single-day total ever. But I look forward to hearing what the ranking member's quote is coming forward. Maybe he'll quote the secretary that the border's secure. Believe him, you're sitting in Washington. And what will the administration's plan for these 11,000? According to NBC News, the plan is brilliant. Listen to it. It's to release many of them into the United States. No court dates, no way to track them. Because that worked so well in the past. Just ask the 85,000 children the Biden administration lost. I look forward to hearing the other side get up and tell me why they're voting no. Because they don't want to find these 85,000? Don't take my word for it. This comes from the New York Times. Tomorrow, as you sit here and debate and fight to make sure the border is still wide open, Title 42 expires. Everyone knows we are days away from disaster. The mayor of El Paso, which recently declared a state of emergency, says, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. We are preparing for the unknown. The governor of Arizona says President Biden has been unresponsive. And Governor Abbott of Texas rightly pointed out, this is not a Texas problem. This is a problem for the entire United States. You know, I heard President Biden say yesterday that lifting Title 42 means it's going to be chaotic for a little while. With all due respect, Mr. President, it's been chaotic for the 2 years because of your actions. When President Biden took office, on the very day he decided against the advice of the border security experts to single-handedly remove the successful border policies of the previous administrations. The first thing President Biden did, he stopped construction of the border wall. He spends money now just to house the equipment and materials. He halted deportations. He ended Remain in Mexico, and he called for amnesty for millions of people who broke the law. His actions sent a clear message to the world, including the cartels. The border is open. I remember on one of my trips down to the border right after the president took office, we had a new facility built, and they hit that day a record number that the facility, they thought they'd never make capacity, but they did. And as we walked in, we interviewed those who were standing in line, and we asked them, why did they come? They said, President Biden told us to. He told us the border was open. We asked, how long was the stretch? Weeks, months. But the president invited us. The world listened, and the cartels acted. To this day, the southern border is flooded by illegal aliens from more than 140 countries. Like Yemen, Russia, China, and others. Yet how has this administration responded? A responsible administration would have told the American people in clear terms, this is a crisis. But the Biden administration tells the public that there is no crisis. Rather than leveling with the American people, the Biden administration is choosing to mislead them. I don't know if the ranking leader has ever been to Tucson, Arizona, but I was there recently. You know, in Tucson, Arizona, the cartels control the border. Every single person who comes across that border is wearing a camouflage outfit. On their feet and on their shoes is a piece of rug. 71% who come across that border are single males. They don't run up to the border agents. They run from them. It's one of the highest areas of getaways. It's a large terrain. Every day, Americans risk their lives to go rescue people on the cliffs that have fallen. We took balloons up so we could actually calculate who's coming across. When this became such a reported case, you know what the Biden administration did? They cut the number of balloons. You know why? Because they said the numbers will go down. That's how they want to deal with it. They want to lie to the American public. There's no better example than Secretary Mayorkas' comments that the border is secure. Mr. Speaker, I hope the ranking member gets up after me, and I would like him to answer one question. Does he believe, Secretary Mayorkas, that the border is secure? You've been chairman. You're ranking now. I'm sure sometime you went to the border, but not when your committee did, not when we wanted to work on this bill. You wanted to protest. You wanted to not go because you could learn everything you needed from right here in Washington, maybe from the secretary. I'd like to know how many of you who stand up and say you're going to vote against H.R. 2 believe Secretary Mayorkas. Do you believe the border is secure? Just honestly tell us. Tell the American public if that's what you believe. Everyone knows that isn't true. You can't say the border is secure when more than 4.5 million people have crossed our border illegally in the 24 months since President Biden has taken office. There's not one piece of legislation has changed from one administration to the other. The only thing that changed was the president. And what did President Biden do? He lifted all the actions that President Trump and President Obama. And that's what happened to our border. You can't say the border is secure when more than 175 individuals on the terrorist watch list have tried to cross our border. You can't say the border is secure when human trafficking has grown into a multi-billion-dollar business for the cartels. You can't say the border is secure when you don't control the border and when the number one employer in some of these border towns is the cartel. You can't say the border is secure when I sit there with mayors. They happen to be from the other party. And they tell me the personal stories that their daughter called. And he told her not to go outside because there was a car chase. A car chase because a cartel hired a young American to drive somebody they put across. The car was going through, and it's not an unusual thing. It happens often. Schools there, they would tell me, had to close 45 days. But this car chase ended like others. Killed an innocent American. This innocent American was going to a retirement party. 65 years old grandmother. Going to have her friends celebrate a life of work, looking forward to the times with all the work and investment she put in to spend with her grandchildren and travel. But no, her life was taken from her. And the secretary said our border is secure. If you would travel to these towns, you would know this too. If you'd spend the time, you'd understand. You see, many of those elected officials aren't Republicans. They're Americans. They're registered as Democrats. And they say they're disgusted by what this administration is doing. But while the Biden administration is missing in actions, House Republicans are going to take action. We spent 2 years listening to those who have lived through the border crisis. Border Patrol agents, ranchers, families, businesses, and local leaders. When I was in Tucson, I sat with a rancher. He's told me he's found 5 dead bodies on his ranch. His grandson, 7 years old, found one just last year. This is human life. 52 died in a tractor trailer. I sat with one. He told me the story when he looked down the road, saw 3 young children. One not even 1, the other 3, and the other 4. Had the rancher not found them, they wouldn't be alive. What about those who don't make it? What about those who don't pay the cartels? I sat with one news covering agent, told the story of a woman who didn't pay the cartels. So the cartels took her life. They didn't just take her life, they wanted to show it to everybody in the world. So they strung her body up in a tree, cut her legs off, put her on fire. You see, if you go to the border, you'll learn these stories. You'll actually know what's happening there. So I don't think you'd take a partisan position. You wouldn't talk in talking points. You'd actually believe if 4.5 million people in the last year came across, if 11,000 came across yesterday, Title 42 is going to be lifted. If you don't like our bill, what's your answer? What's your plan? What are you going to do? As I promised, we brought their government to them, visiting the border, gathering facts, and holding hearings. What we learned directly from informed not only our commitment to America, but also the Secure the Border Act. Here's what this bill does. It fully provides for the effective border enforcement policies, infrastructure, and advanced technology. It increases the number of Border Patrol agents and gives them the bonus pay they deserve. It ends catch and release and strengthens current laws to protect unaccompanied children from the human traffickers. I hope everybody who votes no reads the New York Times. I hope you read the stories about these young children. It reinstates the so-called Remain in Mexico provisions, and it resumes construction of the border wall because the border wall works. The Secure the Border Act is the strongest border security bill to come through Congress in more than 100 years. If it passes, I'm confident that we will stop the flood of fentanyl into our country, solve the Biden border crisis, and support our Border Patrol agents so they can continue to keep us safe. Fentanyl is the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. If anybody thinks about their life between the ages of 18 and 45, those are the years you reproduce. Those are your most productive years in business. Those are the years of those who volunteer to serve in the military, defend our freedom. And right now, the most productive population age in our country is being killed. But I listen to the other side, they're going to say, no, continue it. By the actions of this president, Mr. Ranking Member, you don't have to go to the border, because now every city is a border city. You see, in my hometown of Bakersfield, in elementary school, father registered his son just after Thanksgiving. School district, public school, did a really good job. They noticed in 2 days this boy had an issue. They didn't sit back. They went to his house. They met with his father. They said, we feel your son has a challenge learning in others, and we want to work with you. We want to help him. Literally went to his house in 2 days. They watched him as he came to school, but you know what he did when he came to school? He walked over to a vape room. He had a backpack, and he came into the class. They looked in the backpack. He had 150 pills. This kid's not even 16 years old. I think he was only 12. The counselor took out the pill to see what it was. They had to call an ambulance because the counselor touched the fentanyl pill. I'm far from the border. Just up the road in my district, they pulled over a car. I believe it was more than 500,000 fentanyl pills. California law, you couldn't ask the individuals if they were citizens, and they weren't. I can't tell you how much jail time they got because in California, they believe in a lot of your policies. And so the person didn't even have to have bail. They both got a ticket, told to show back up. They never did. They probably got back in the car, delivered more of those fentanyl pills coming across the border. And some of those 300 Americans that die today, I'm not sure if one of those pills were theirs. But I do know this. Tomorrow when I cast a yes vote for H.R. 2, we're doing something to stop the fentanyl. We're doing something for those families. We're doing something for the next generation of America. If you believe in a rule of law as one of the greatest strengths of this nation, you cannot keep it if you have millions of people who break it by entering it. There's no nation as generous as America. 1 million people will become citizens this year. 1 million more next year. We're different than any other nation. But what we have today is something that we don't even control, our own operation of our borders. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on Secure the Border Act. Vote yes on security over chaos, and vote yes to stop the fentanyl killing our children. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to address the remarks through the chair and not to each other in the second person. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at some point, you have to correct the record. You know, we had a debt ceiling budget vote several weeks ago. The Republican approved debt ceiling budget would cut the DHS budget by 22%. So you can't be for something, but you don't invest in what you say you're for. I'll step back a little further and say that if Republicans are really serious about border security, they would have joined Democrats in passing last year's government funding bill. It provided more than $17 billion to Customs and Border Protection alone, and a 17% increase in the Border Patrol budget. But unfortunately, Speaker McCarthy voted against that too. Democrats have been to the border. I took 9 members in April of this year to the border. We talked to a lot of people. I've been on the committee quite a while. I've gone to the border in a number of times to see. So one visit you didn't go to is not the end of the world. I was on the border before the Speaker was in Congress. So there's history here that we just need to make sure that we all understand. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that most of my life I've lived on both sides of the border. And since taking over my subcommittee this year, I've gone to, last 4 months, Laredo, Brownsville, Yuma, El Centro, San Isidro, Otay, and just Monday, Otay, Tijuana, Mexico. I'm doing this because I think it's important that we leave Washington and go and ask the border agents Go ask the port authorities what's going on. Tell me what you need. Saw these men and women in blue uniforms at our ports of entry. They're very proud of their work, and they said, Lou, look, this is 99% of the trade we have. The integration of the North American markets, we are making it happen thanks to the investments by Congress in personnel, technology, and infrastructure. Then they said, but we have to keep out that 1%, that fentanyl, those narcotics. And they proudly said, we here, the ports of entry, are responsible for stopping 90% of the fentanyl that comes into this country. And I asked them, of course, what do you need to do your job better? They said, we are looking to you in Washington for more support. We're 2,400 personnel down, CBP agents, and they said, your proposals here by my colleagues on the other side do nothing to support the additional hiring of men and women in blue uniforms. Those blue uniforms are responsible for stopping 95% of the fentanyl that's coming across the border. I proposed amendments to this legislation for better pay, retention, child care. For those workers, they have to do forced overtime. All my amendments were turned down. If we are serious about stopping fentanyl, we have to invest more in those blue uniforms, and this legislation does absolutely nothing to do that. Let's be frank here, folks. I've also gone to farmers and small businesses in my district, and they're also very scared. They're scared from becoming criminals. You put in a mandatory E-Verify, and every one of those farmers that employ undocumented farm workers is going to be criminalized. Every one of those small businesses in my district that is calling me and saying, Lou, we need immigration reform, they will also become criminals because they employ undocumented. We seem to forget we have a 3.6% unemployment rate in this country. Those folks that are coming across the border, they're disappearing into the fabric of our economic society. They're getting jobs. They are working. They're part of our fabric. Unless we have immigration reform, unless we have a way to get workers into this country that's teamed up with some of these proposals, it's not going to work. At the end of the day, the private sector that needs workers,
Expired.
folks that need a job, we'll figure out how to make it work.
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional minute to the Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is not enough. This bill is not about solving a solution. It's simply messaging. You're not addressing the fentanyl problem. The best investment are where you know it will be stopped at the border. You're not addressing the employment issue in every sector of our economy, in every state in our union. We need workers. We don't need to criminalize, make employers criminal for trying to hire somebody to harvest this crop. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I yield.
And from Mississippi reserves?
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. And I must say that I find it, Mr. Speaker, quite comical and a little bit scary that we just heard that this bill is nothing more than, quote, messaging. Because when I was sitting in this seat, I was wondering for a moment if we were debating a bill or having some juvenile partisan contest about how many times we could say MAGA and extreme, which have nothing to do with this bill. What is extreme, however, is the unprecedented levels of illegal migrants, fentanyl, and other deadly drugs that have come across our open border. This week, Title 42 ends, and we still have heard no plan from the White House on how they plan to deal with the levels of illegal migrants that continue daily to travel across our southern border. House Republicans are delivering where President Biden refuses to. The Secure the Border Act will help us regain operational control of the border, combat illegal immigration, and stop fentanyl smugglers. This legislation will support the brave men and women serving as members of the Border Patrol by hiring an additional 22,000 Border Patrol agents. This hiring blitz will allow Border Patrol agents to return to their law enforcement mission in the field and not simply act as processing coordinators. We will be providing incentives, solidifying institutional knowledge, and help with the mass exodus caused by the dereliction of duty of Secretary Mayorkas. Additionally, this bill will end controversial catch-and-release policy, which puts migrants into communities while awaiting their hearings. The Secure the Border Act will also increase transparency over federal government and strengthen current law to protect unaccompanied children at the border from human trafficking. We've heard about these amendments. There were amendments about a border that we were told by Democrats was secure.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
And instead of focusing on our border, these amendments focused on challenge coins, climate change, and about moments in a news cycle. Well, to my friends on the other side of the aisle, that news cycle is devastating to many. Devastating to those who have now been at the hands of the cartel. Devastated to those who have lost children and grandchildren to fentanyl. And while the Biden administration is ignoring the safety and security of our county and our country, House Republicans are delivering on our commitment to a nation that is safe. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the extreme MAGA Republican Default on America Act, which the last speaker voted for, would result in CBP not being able to seize nearly 900 pounds of fentanyl because of the draconian cuts to its budget. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman for yielding time. Now, I rise today in strong opposition to this un-American and cruel bill. Now, I immigrated to this country as a small child, and I love our country for all it has provided me and my family. Immigrants love this country. They dedicate their lives to working, and they make our community stronger. This bill does not uphold our values as a nation. A bill that was true to those values would uplift and celebrate the contributions of immigrants. Real patriots know that love of country is actually about helping people. And let's be crystal clear. We all want a safe and secure border. And the best way to achieve that is through comprehensive immigration reform and creating legal pathways for people who want to come here to work. Sadly, this bill does not do that. Instead, it doubles down on a failed anti-immigrant agenda. This bill guts the fundamental right to seek asylum. It strips protections for unaccompanied children, and it wastes more money on Donald Trump's pointless border wall, a monument to hate which does nothing to protect us. Now, in the Homeland Security Committee, I helped lead the fight against harmful provisions of this bill that target nonprofits who partner with our border agencies for care and for our asylum seekers. But House Republicans are moving ahead with these disastrous policies that would require charities to check the immigration status of those who need care, even in a crisis. By defunding nonprofits, this cold-hearted bill would ignore what the gospel teaches us. It ignores our brothers and sisters who are tired, poor, hungry, and sick. Those who need the most in their time of need. If this bill ever becomes law, it would cause chaos and suffering. We need real immigration reform, and America is ready for that debate. Let's rise to the occasion and create an America that reflects kindness and centers on helping people. Being anti-immigrant is being anti-American. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize for 3 minutes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. This legislation is the culmination of months of hard work and collaboration of 3 House committees, Homeland Security, of which I serve as a member, Judiciary, and Foreign Affairs. It represents what is possible when we work together for the good of our nation. In my very first floor speech as a member of Congress, I echoed the concerns and fears I've heard from the constituents that I represent and what I've seen firsthand at the southern border. Americans are not safe, and our country is under attack at the southern border. Illegal immigration, drug runners, and human smugglers continue to exploit this administration's open southern border policy as this administration looks the other way. This last weekend, in just 72 hours, Border Patrol apprehended over 26,000 migrants, had approximately 7,500 gotaways, and seized 11 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill 2.5 million Americans. If this is what operational control looks like to this administration, it's no wonder why Americans are worried. Title 42 is set to expire tomorrow, bringing not a surge, but an invasion of illegal immigrants that our communities, hospitals, schools, and law enforcement officials simply can't handle. This debacle created by this administration has not seen its worst day. Just this morning, the administration released a statement outlining how they plan to deal with this incoming invasion. The Department of Homeland Security press release says they have finalized a rule to incentivize the use of lawful immigration pathways. They are choosing to incentivize illegal immigrants to follow our laws when we should be punishing those that don't follow our laws. The fact is, President Trump's border policies work for America. Now more than ever, we must pass this legislation and move toward a lawful, safe, secure, and orderly border. We don't have time to waste. Among many important provisions, this legislation would grant DHS authority to suspend entry and gain operational control of the border, similar to Title 42. I'm pleased to stand here today with my colleagues in support of this legislation that begins to address the massive failure of this administration. H.R. 2 reflects Republicans' commitment to make America safer. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. It is up to us to stop this invasion of America at the southern border because no one else will. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on February 1st, the last speaker voted against the public health emergency that served as the legal basis for the use of Title 42 at the southwest border. My colleagues want to have it both ways, which is why I guess he supports H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the gentleman from Mississippi for yielding. I happen to represent every border community and every port of entry along the Arizona-Mexico border. My home, I grew up, and that's where I live, and that's where I've lived, is in those borderlands. I don't need a photo op tour for me to understand, to feel, and to respect the fact that these communities and this area of our nation has been left behind not just by policy, but by intent. H.R. 2 is not serious legislation to address our urgent need to fix our broken immigration system and to respond to the pending humanitarian crisis on our border, to combat the deadly flow of fentanyl and human exploitation by organized crime syndicates. It won't do that. But what H.R. 2 will do, it will devastate our affordable food supply by eliminating up to half the workforce in agriculture, farming, and ranching. It will dramatically increase the economic hardship of border communities and the borderlands. It will fund the Trump Memorial Wall, a piece of useless government waste. It will demonize children and unaccompanied youth, and it will provide Republicans with the fundraising tools, and it will also provide them with a means to create division, fear, and chaos in preparation for the 2024 elections. My Republican colleagues hope that voters will overlook their growing extremism and their failure to deal with real issues in this Congress, one of them being immigration. The lifting of Title 42 challenges Republicans in this House to do more than political posturing. And yes, indeed, challenges the Biden administration not to allow the pending humanitarian crisis to become desperate and punitive. I want to also take a little historic look and remind the body of the schizophrenic anti-immigrant underpinnings of H.R. 2. The echoes of past immigration debates in this chamber are with us today, and let me quote from the congressional record. In 1884, Congressman Henley of California spoke on the floor on the need to preserve a white man's government from dark and yellow-skinned people. In 1924, Congressman Wilson of Louisiana said, "Two things are certain. One is that America cannot exist with a large percentage of mongrel communities with different views and aspirations." That same year, Representative Robinson of Kentucky said, "Let us send out the slackers and undesirables. Let us clean up America and keep America clean for the real Americans and for the real country." And I mentioned those historical realities and facts from previous debates to underline the point that H.R. 2 must not be a means to grow the worst native impulses that we might have in this Congress, or to accept ethnic and racial prejudices.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman another minute.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And to accept ethnic and racial prejudices as criteria in our immigration laws and policies, bringing to life those echoes of the past. The values and the common ground that must be found in order to effectively deal with the issue of immigration, with the issue of asylum seekers and refugee seekers, requires real solutions. It requires humanitarian relief, but it also requires an enforcement focus that deals with the issues that have been talked about by the other side: fentanyl, the drug running, human exploitation. But it also requires that all of us in Congress, and particularly those that represent the borderlands, be included in those discussions to the point that we can bring the real voices, the real impulses, and the real needs of those communities, and not treat H.R. 2 must be defeated because it is against our values and it promotes a mythology that everything that happens on that southern border is bad, unhealthy, criminal, and un-American. That is wrong.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from the state of Georgia, Ms. Green.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to remind everyone that Republicans believe in legal immigration. As a matter of fact, we're very proud of our former First Lady, Melania Trump, who immigrated legally to the United States. But there's a clear difference in policies when we talk about border and security for the United States of America, and I think it's very important to remind my colleagues across the aisle what our oath of office actually says. We swear an oath that we will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that is a very important oath to swear, and it's one to uphold. But this is not being upheld. In the past 2 years under this administration, we have seen nearly 5 million people cross our border, and it's unsustainable. As a matter of fact, on Monday, a record was set for border apprehensions. And then just yesterday, that record was defeated because they had even more border apprehensions. 2 records. I don't even know what today is yet. We don't have the numbers, but soon we'll know. But the clear difference between Democrats and Republicans when we talk about border security and we talk about these policies is that Democrats don't serve Americans, they serve migrants. and they serve foreign countries and their borders, but not Americans, American tax dollars, and America's border. As a matter of fact, according to the Border Patrol chief, 5 out of the 9 sectors are out of control and in the hands of the cartels. But yet the most important thing to Democrats across the aisle is attacking the Second Amendment and taking away Americans' guns because they're claiming that'll keep Americans safe from the cartels. That's insanity. Democrats serve migrants so much that they're interested in bringing more into the country. When they talk about hiring more Border Patrol agents, it's because they want Border Patrol agents to be the welcoming committee. But H.R. 2, which I strongly support, hires more Border Patrol agents and gives them bonuses so that they can do the job that they were hired to do, which is to protect our southern border. And by the way, the lives of migrants who are dying nearly every single day as they try to cross our border. You know, it's really interesting. Unfortunately, this administration and Democrats serve migrants so much more than Americans, and it seems that Biden serves any country that's willing to write them a check as long as they make it out payable to the Biden family LLCs. How about that? Title 42 lifts tomorrow.
This time has expired.
Tomorrow. I yield back.
Reserve. Tennessee reserved. Members are reminded to direct their against personalities against the president. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans were serious about border security, they would have joined Democrats in passing last year's government funding bill, which paid for an increase of 300 Border Patrol agents, the first increase since the Obama administration. And not only did the last speaker not support it, she voted to have 1,400 Border Patrol agents fewer in the field under the extreme mega Republican Default on America Act. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Thanedorf.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Mr. Thompson. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today as a symbol of what our immigration system can achieve. In 1979, at the age of 24, I entered this country alone, with no friends, no family, but I had my American dream. At times, I slept in a car or at a homeless shelter that was funded by a faith-based nonprofit. At times, I got sick and needed to go to the hospital. H.R. 2 would cut funding for these nonprofit organizations and remove reimbursement system for immigrants to get health care. So when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle ask me why I don't support this bill, my answer is simple. I don't support cutting programs that help me and help immigrants like me in times of their need and their hardship. I stand with countless immigrants who have contributed greatly to our country and urge opposition to H.R. 2. When my colleagues and I went down to the southern border, we met with many nonprofit organizations and saw the important and necessary work that they do. We met with the border agents and learned that they are working with a broken immigration system. Reforming this system is going to be complex, but the Republicans are proposing an enforcement-only strategy. This is not going to work. I propose that we expand legal pathways, restore asylum systems, work with nonprofit organizations like the ones that housed me and cared for me when I was just arriving to this country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
As a quick correction of the record, the bill doesn't do anything to take away health care services provided by NGOs, just to clarify that. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from my home state and my friend, Mr. Ogles.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2. I want to thank all of those who have worked on this important and signature piece of legislation. I specifically want to point out and thank my friend and colleague from Tennessee, Chairman Congressman Mark Green. Mr. Speaker, Lennox Lake, 6 years old, killed by an illegal. Sarah Root, 21, killed by an illegal. Maris DiGiovanni, killed by an illegal. Jacqueline Vigil, 55, murdered by a man who'd been deported on multiple occasions. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Wayne Harbor, 75, killed by an illegal. Joseph G.T. Paglia, retired police officer, 48, killed by an illegal. Michael White, retired U.S. Army officer, killed by an illegal. These are just a few of the individuals and countless Americans who have been murdered at the hands of illegal aliens. Though a porous border has long been a problem, what once was a trickle is now a flood. And this administration, who has overseen, is responsible for 10 consecutive months of over 200,000 apprehensions. This crisis is the fault of this president. So long as he refuses to enact policies to secure our border crisis is literally killing Americans. It's threatening the safety of communities and is costing at least $151 billion every single year in de facto subsidies for those who break our laws. As we approach the end of Title 42, it is imperative that we take action to secure our border and stop the flood of illegal aliens. The House Republicans bill, the Secure Border Act of 2023, will force Biden to restart the construction of the wall. It increased Border Patrol agents, requires transparency from the DHS, and ends the practice of catch and release, and it strengthens the asylum process. Again, I want to thank Homeland Security Chairman and my fellow friend, Tennessean and Congressman Mark Green. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2 squeezes Customs and Border Patrol officers working at ports of entry by failing to provide resources to cover the increased workload that will result from the bill. If Republicans were serious about border security, they would have joined Democrats in passing last year's government funding bill, which appropriated $60 million to hire an additional 125 CBP officers. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the GOP's extreme and punitive immigration legislation, H.R. 2, also known as the Child Deportation Act. This cruel legislation would force draconian restrictions and punishments on migrants and asylum seekers and set America's immigration priorities back 4 years. At the cost of $6.1 billion, this bill would eliminate the right to asylum in America, a process millions upon millions have enjoyed over the generations. Vulnerable, desperate people and families have long depended on these laws for their safety and future. Moreover, it would affect the legal system of over 4 million people who would otherwise be granted parole or asylum. Instead of fostering immigration that strengthens our economy and empowers its growth, Republicans would rather throw our economy into a tailspin. So let's be clear. Any bill that would allow vulnerable migrant children to be inhumanely detained by Border Patrol for up to a month, to be ripped from their families and locked up from the world, is unacceptable. And it is fundamentally un-American. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. I need not remind you, Mr. Speaker, what those words adorn, nor what they represent. To treat vulnerable people fleeing violence, famine, and persecution, who are looking for a better life in our nation with such contempt, such vitriol, such callousness. It's not leadership, it's cowardice. Though I am the daughter of Jamaican immigrants and know the struggles and challenges immigrant communities confront every day, my unique perspective on this issue is not really it should be irrelevant. Every American, no matter how long their families have called this country their own, should be outraged at a GOP that would codify migrant children abuse. And make no mistake, regardless of H.R. 2's fate, America's immigration system is massively broken. The glaring inequities, blatant racism, vicious xenophobia, and civil rights violations immigrants face, particularly in immigrant communities of color, will persist beyond any one bill. As the federal government ends its use of Title 42 and Democrats work to increase investments in border safety and personnel, open more lawful pathways, and begin to address root causes of migration, it is beyond time for Congress to pass
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. It is beyond time for Congress to pass immigration policy that reflects humane, equitable, and 21st century immigration system. We are a nation of immigrants founded by immigrants, so we must do better for immigrants. And I will always stand against the limitless cruelty that has become synonymous with the MAGA movement and the cruelty they espouse. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm compelled to correct the record. The bill very specifically states that family units will be kept together. There'll be no separation of children. It very clearly is stated in the bill. And with that, I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of all Texans and all Americans whose lives have been put at risk by the untenable crisis at our southern border. Let's just look at the numbers. In the 2 years that this president has been in office, there have been over 5 million encounters at the southern border, 1.4 million gotaways, and countless numbers of people who matched not only the terror watch list, but also criminal organization. That totals nearly 6.5 million people. And to put that in perspective, that's bigger than over 33 states in the United States. Among those 5 million, our Border Patrol have caught nearly 200 unsuspected terrorists trying to cross into our country illegally. This should not only concern every American, but it also outrages Americans who want law and order and safety to be considered. What I'm even more concerned about is how many among the 1.4 million gotaways would match that list that we don't know about. This is something that I have been sounding the alarm bells in my entire time in Congress, something that unfortunately my Democrat colleagues have buried their heads in the sand and refused to address for the last 2 years. I could continue talking about the terrible numbers all day, about the 15,000 criminals arrested, the 14,000 pounds of fentanyl that have been seized, which, by the way, is enough to kill 3 billion people, and that's just in the last 6 months. But I want to turn the focus of today's discussion about border security back to the tragedies, the human tragedies that are affecting every district, including mine. Americans like Elisa Tambunga, whose 7-year-old daughter and 71-year-old grandmother were tragically killed by human traffickers doing 105 miles an hour with 11 illegal immigrants in the back seat who hit their car and instantly killed them. They're the victims. Children like the 700 unaccompanied migrants. You want to talk about children who have been displaced and separated? These 700 unaccompanied migrants who were dropped off in Midland, Texas, trafficked by traffickers away from their parents, dropped off in the middle of the night. They are victims. What about fathers like Joe Warnick of Odessa, Texas, who found his 17-year-old son dead after taking a pill laced with fentanyl? He's a victim, along with 110,000 Americans last year who lost their lives to fentanyl. Or the 53 migrants who died in the sweltering heat in the back of a tractor trailer south of San Antonio, Texas last year. They're the victims. These are real people. This is not just a border crisis. This is a national security emergency. Texans demand a solution, and today I'm proud to join my colleagues in supporting H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act of 2023. The timing of this legislation could not be more precise. With the ending of Title 42, our bill will force the administration to restart construction of the border wall. It will deploy much-needed technology to the border. It will increase border agents and give them the well-deserved bonuses that they need to maintain their services. Several of my original provisions have been included in this package that will require the administration to own up to the total number of known gotaways or known and suspected terrorists crossing the border each month, as well as outline the costs that are incurred by states like Texas. Mr. President, how many more lives will be lost? How many more will it take to take action? That's why Republicans are not ignoring this crisis. We are taking action. We are restoring the security of our border. And I'm extremely proud to stand here with Chairman Mark Green and his efforts and Speaker McCarthy to pass a bill that will finally secure the border and do what Americans put us here to do. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Reserves.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2 does nothing to combat illicit narcotics like fentanyl. If Republicans were serious about border security, they would have joined Democrats in passing last year's government funding bill, which provided $70 million for intrusive inspection technology at ports of entry where most dangerous drugs are interdicted. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Salinas.
Lady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2. My dad immigrated to the United States from Mexico when he was just a child. He picked cotton and tomatoes in the Rio Grande Valley before eventually earning his U.S. citizenship. Today, his daughter is a member of the United States Congress and serves on the Agriculture Committee, a true testament to the unique power and promise of the American dream. Migrant workers like my dad are the work engine of our agriculture industry today. That's a fact, maybe an inconvenient one for some of my colleagues, but a fact nonetheless. By some estimates, immigrant farm workers make up more than 70% of agricultural workers in the U.S. Nearly 175,000 immigrant farm workers reside in Oregon alone. Their work is backbreaking, exhausting, and at times life-threatening, yet they show up, rain or shine, heat dome or ice storm, to feed America, to do the work. Not red states or blue states, but every state. And that's why I'm completely stunned by the arrogance and short-sightedness of the majority. Are you so blinded by xenophobia that you're willing to endanger not only our food security, but our national security with E-Verify requirements that even members of your own party call a mistake? Democrats did offer an amendment to strike the E-Verify provision, but the majority defeated that amendment. Oh my goodness. So I am hoping that you can think beyond spinning your way out of the reality that this bill will decimate our agriculture industry. The American people are smarter than that, and they will see through these political games. Turning employers into enforcers will result in nothing less than the collapse of our agriculture system and with it, our ability to feed our great nation. It would be a willful error of the highest magnitude, something the American people will never forgive or forget. Empty fields, empty tables, empty bellies. That is what H.R. 2 would do, and that is why we must all be a no vote. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from Tennessee has 28.25 minutes. The gentleman from Mississippi has 17.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, the American hero, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act. Now, America is facing a crisis on our northern, southern, and maritime borders. Our nation has witnessed a devastating effect of disastrous open border policies. To date, from the past 2 years, over 5 million people have come into this country. That is more than the Louisiana and Mississippi population combined. In my district, every day, I have to face the families that have lost their babies from fentanyl. A few weeks ago in San Jacinto County, a known cartel member who was extradited from, who was taken out of the country, ended up murdering 5 innocent people in one of my counties. Now, thankfully, local law enforcement, FBI, state troopers, and BORTAC caught that bastard. These are the problems that we should not have. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are criticized on this side of the aisle for our immigration policies, about DACA, where the funding's going. Well, I asked my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you had 2 years to fix DACA. Where were you at? You had 2 years to fund our ports of entry. Where were you at? You sent money elsewhere. We are criticized about this bill, which is a step in the right direction, which starts to move and solve the problem. My colleagues on the other side, I ask you, where have you been? We showed up. We came here to Congress in order to fix this problem. We pushed this legislation across, and all you can do is criticize. That's unacceptable. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Thank you. And the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, while the imposition of a nationwide E-Verify on all businesses found in this bill is not in the Homeland Security Division, it still affects me as a member of Congress from a rural part of the country. I cannot overstate how damaging this language is to agricultural labor in my district. Many of my rural Republican colleagues know this too. To put it bluntly, if enacted, this bill will force American farmers to go out of business. Mr. Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent to submit letters of opposition against the Child Deportation Act from the AFL-CIO, SEIU, Service Employees International Union, Agriculture Workforce Coalition.
Without objection.
With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 2. For years and years, politicians have kicked immigration reform down the road over and over and over again. For future generations, they'll address it. Unfortunately, the bill that we have today that we're considering, it just continues the trend. Our border must be secure. Make no mistake, we have to do everything that we can to prevent harmful drugs like fentanyl from destroying the lives of our kids and our families. But we need real solutions. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want to solve our border crisis. But the bill in front of us today would only make our border less secure. The bill in front of us today does nothing to address the root causes of our system's backlog and only serves to gut our asylum ability, denying the protection to the people who need it the most. Gutting the few remaining pathways to claim asylum, kicking dreamers out of the only country that they've ever known, it just accelerates the chaos and the extremism. And in the end, all it does is harm our neighbors and our communities. Like many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I support smart, targeted investments in border security and providing law enforcement the resources that they need to end the flow of weapons and fentanyl into our country. Speaker McCarthy just spoke about the dangerous people that were just caught this year. But I proposed an amendment that would have hired an additional 500 Customs and Border Protection officers at ports of entry to screen more people at the border. And another amendment that I provided would allow $50 million to expand a task force to go after fentanyl distributors. But you know what? Speaker McCarthy and every Republican refused to consider these amendments into the committee, ideas that have bipartisan support. Listen, the story of America, it's a story of immigrants, opportunity, and hard work. We have to push back against legislation that sows division and chaos. Let's come together to create an immigration system that works, that protects our dreamers and treats migrants humanely, ensuring that our hometowns are safe from drugs and crime. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I hear from my colleagues across the aisle the accusations that the legislation that's before us today is somehow xenophobic. I want to remind my colleagues that the number of countries of people who are appearing at our southern border breaking our laws are from over 140 countries. Every single race, every single religion, almost all the nationalities of the world. This bill is about law and order. It is not xenophobic. I recall myself when I was there on the border, not my last, maybe it was 3 trips ago, some folks from Russia, Ukraine. This isn't xenophobic. This is about law and order. I'd like to recognize now the gentleman from Ohio and yield to him 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Treating migrants humanely as to where a young child will have to make a 300-trip journey, that they have no idea what's ahead of them, that they have to go with coyotes and drug traffickers. And when they drop children across the border wall, that does work. That's the nice things that they do to those children, and everyone here knows it, which is very upsetting. So treating them humanely would be responsible, and that's what H.R. 2 is in this piece of legislation. The southern border is in crisis. About 5 million people have illegally crossed into our country under President Biden's watch. The cartels have smuggled in 14 pounds of fentanyl. Border agents arrested 98 people on the terror watch list in FY22. This crisis is the direct result of the Biden administration's failed policies, and every American knows it. Under President Trump, we had a secure border. All President Biden had to do was nothing. All he had to do was sit there and do nothing, but he couldn't even do that. Instead, he took 94 executive actions to reverse the progress made under Republican leadership. Unbelievable. Republicans are once again acting to protect our nation from the gangs, drug cartels, and terrorists that exploit this crisis to hurt the American people. H.R. 2 resumes construction of the border wall. It pays our border agents what they need and what they deserve, and hires them to help what they desperately need in terms of assets. Biden's border crisis has raged far too long. Enough is enough. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill and to secure our southern border. And I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that the Child Deportation Act provisions requiring DHS to negotiate with El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to return unaccompanied children will result in 550,000 children being deported back to the violence they fled from over a 10-year period. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2 is an anti-immigrant and unchristian bill, just as legislation previously introduced by Representative Roy was. That is why nearly 150 community and religious groups oppose it. I ask unanimous consent to submit, for the record, letters in opposition from 136 community and religious groups, including Bethany Christian Services, Catholic Charities, and Union for Reform Judaism, Sojourners, U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Jesuit Conference.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Speaker. Ronald Reagan once said that it isn't that our liberal friends are ignorant, it's just that there's so much they know that isn't so. And as you hear the talking points come from the left concerning this bill, all the Chicken Little arguments that they're presenting about how the world's going to collapse, farmers won't be able to grow things, and our economy will crumble if we secure our border, it's just plain ridiculous. I live in South Texas in what they call the fatal funnel, in between two highways that lead from the border into Houston, which has become known as the human trafficking capital of the United States. I visited the facilities where 50% of the young women there, of hundreds of young women, will admit to being trafficked or being assaulted along the journey. I've visited the border and seen the families that have had their lives destroyed by what's going on at the border. And of course, we know about the fentanyl deaths, hundreds of thousands of it. And to hear the talking points come from the left as if securing our border is unchristian is absolutely ridiculous. I'm both a Christian and the husband of an immigrant. And I can tell you, I was there when my wife put her hand on her heart and said the Pledge of Allegiance for the first time as an American, and it really meant something. That's the right way to do it. We have a legal process and we have an illegal process, and the left continues to fund and continues to partner with the cartels and continues to allow them to profit to the tune of billions and billions of dollars to advance an illegal process when we need to enforce the legal process. We have a right way to do it, and we can do it. This bill secures our border, and the fact of the matter is that the Dems just don't seem to really care. They don't care about the lives that are being destroyed. They don't care about the people that are dying. They don't care about the young girls being sold into the sex slave. They don't care about... This administration has lost tens of thousands of kids. And so for all the tears that were happening under the Trump administration as he worked to secure the border, where's the outcry for the tens of thousands of kids this administration cannot track? What they are willing to fund is the border in other countries. They just funded a bill in December. We passed an omnibus bill. They were willing to fund border security in Libya, Lebanon, Pakistan, Nepal, Turkey. But here in the United States of America, securing our border is not something that the Dems want to do. And of course, yeah, we'll get around to it. We just won't vote for anything that'll do it. They had the chance to do it. They did not do it. This bill will help secure our border. We need to pass it. I encourage a yes vote, and I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that the bill would, quote, affect the legal status of 4.4 million people who would be granted parole or asylum under current law, unquote. Parolees fleeing war in Ukraine and the Taliban in Afghanistan, as well as those from Haiti and other failed countries in this hemisphere, would be required to leave the United States, and CBO anticipates that, quote, half would reside unlawfully in the United States, unquote. Mr. Speaker, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm up here in my capacity as not only as a United States Congressman, but also one of the co-chairs of the House Border Security Caucus. And on a monthly basis, we have had dozens of speakers come to speak to our caucus. Normally there's probably 30, but there's probably 30 are present. But we have an enrollment in our caucus of about 60 to 70, quite frankly. But it's amazing to me to hear our colleagues and friends on the other side of the aisle talk about humanity and humane treatment, because I remember in the previous administration when we had these so-called kids in cages. And I took a congressional delegation down to the Rio Grande Valley. We went to Donna, Texas to see one of the detention facilities. After that, we went out to Carrizo Springs to the HHS facility there. Then we went at a later time to Fort Bliss out in El Paso. And at each one of those, we saw these so-called kids in cages. And then we went back after the turn of the change of the administration, and dramatically, there was nothing really different except the enormous numbers of detentions in pods that were equipped to hold maybe 25 or 30, and they had a couple of hundred packed in these little pods. And I remember being told by the facilities there that the administration, the Biden administration at that time, that these unaccompanied children were coming in, and we're talking about 13,000 per month of unaccompanied children coming in now, that they were being so well cared for, and they were being reunited with their families and their loved ones. And I remember asking the folks who were in charge of these facilities, okay, if they're being taken care of, let me ask you a question, because I have 17 grandkids. Kids mean a lot to me. My wife and I have been married 50 years. We have 5 children and now 17 grandkids. Kids need to be cared for without question. And I said, are you doing any vetting of these so-called families? Are you doing background checks? Are you doing criminal history checks on these? Oh, well, we don't have the resources to do these. Are you doing DNA testing? Well, we don't have DNA. We don't have the resources to do DNA testing as well. Although during the Trump administration, they were doing some DNA testing. And so now we come to the point where there are 85,000 unaccounted for UACs under this administration's watch. Where are these kids? They're supposed to be followed up by the authorities in the administration where these children are being sent. 85,000 are unaccounted for. We have seen a skyrocketing of violations of child labor laws. We know that there are some real shady deals going on in this country, and that human trafficking, sex slavery, etc., is rampant. Is this part of that deal? I'm not up here pointing fingers in an accusatory way, but if you can't keep up with 85,000 UACs, we've got some real problems in this administration. We've also had conversations with Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the DHS secretary. I actually led that meeting, and of course he's not under oath talking to our caucus. I get 30 more seconds.
I yield an additional minute to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. We are being told that Mr. Mayorkas says that he has operational control over the border. We are told that his policies are actually being successful. We are told that we have a secure border. Let me tell you something. We have anything but a secure border when you have 5 million people who come across our border, all of them getting free educations. I have a school district in my district, and I am 300 miles away from the border. My district is Houston over to Louisiana. We have a district there that is growing faster than just about any district in the country, and it's because of the influx of illegal aliens, and we are mandated to not only provide them with health care, but also with an education. But this is an enormous burden on our people, the local governments and the school districts that we have. This bill needs to be passed, and I urge very strongly that you vote yes on this to my colleagues.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Republicans claim that the Biden administration's policies have led to open borders, but nothing could be further from the truth. President Biden has, with little help from a Congress, worked to dissuade migrants from taking the dangerous journey northward. The Biden administration is surging resources to the border, and even as it ramps down Title 42 removals, it's using Title 8 authorities to promptly remove and bar re-entry from certain crossers. At the same time, the Biden administration is working to make the asylum process more orderly through the CBP One app. It has also stood up a parole process for certain Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuban, and Haitian migrants that in March were credited with a drop of 72% in the 7-day average from a high of 1,231 in January. H.R. 2 would take those twos away from DHS. Mr. Speaker, it is also unlikely in the event that this cruel, extreme, and unworkable bill makes it to the President's desk, he has promised to veto it. To quote the statement of administration policy, H.R. 2 does nothing to address the root causes of migration, reduces humanitarian protections, and restricts unlawful pathways, which are critical alternatives to unlawful entry. It goes on to say this bill would make things worse, not better, unquote. I ask unanimous consent to include the administration's statement in the record.
Without objection.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take, an opportunity to correct the record on a couple of things. We often hear from our colleagues across the aisle that 90% of the fentanyl is seized at the ports of entry. Well, if you make the statement that 90% of the fentanyl that is seized at the ports of entry, well, that's correct. But oftentimes what we hear from the left is that 90% of fentanyl coming into the country is seized. We know for a fact that that math is absolutely wrong. If you put the amount seized at the ports of entry as the numerator, and the total amount seized as the denominator, yes, that's 90% of what's seized. And on the denominator would be 90% plus 10%, right? But what's missing in that denominator is all of the fentanyl that gets into our country that we have no idea is seized. So you can't technically say we're seizing 90% of the fentanyl that's coming into the country. That's factually incorrect. It makes no mathematical sense. And in fact, the Border Patrol itself is saying that we're actually catching about 5 to 10% of the fentanyl. So if it's 90% of what is seized at the port of entry, which I agree that statement is correct, it's 90% of 5 to 10% of the total. And that's an important point of distinction. I'd also like to talk a little bit about this CBP One app that my colleague from Mississippi mentioned. And all the other efforts that have been elaborated on by this administration, their efforts to maintain control of our border. Look, when they came into office, the budget didn't decrease suddenly. The number of Border Patrol agents didn't decrease suddenly. There was no new legislation that was written. What happened were 89 effective policies of two administrations that were completely undone by executive orders. And it resulted in an immediate incentive to come to the United States. They did away with all the disincentives of the pull factors of people coming into our country. And what happened is people came, they tested the system, they were immediately released into the country. Deportations were ordered to be halted. Over 1 million people with deportation orders that a legal process had determined they were supposed to be returned. Well, we're just not going to deport them. And so the phone calls went home, and people poured across our southern border. And this incentive then was seized on by the drug cartels. They saw a huge opportunity, and so they flooded the crossing sites with people paid, interestingly enough, paying coyotes to bring them there. When I was down on the southern border, and that's sort of at the strategic level, right? They neutralized the Border Patrol at the crossing site, and then the fentanyl and other things come around between the ports of entry. That's the fentanyl we're not seizing. By the way, that's the fentanyl that has resulted in the street price of fentanyl in Tennessee going from $95 in January of 2021 to $28 just recently, according to the sheriffs of Tennessee. That supply-demand means more fentanyl is pouring into this country. So talk about 90% of it being seized. That is a false statement. And talk about the policies that supposedly are attempting to gain, are getting border control. That is incorrect. The incentives have allowed and empowered the drug cartels to take advantage, neutralizing the Border Patrol at the crossing sites. Back to the tactical level, on one of my visits in Arizona, we actually saw a scout from the cartels. And the Border Patrol agents and the law enforcement in that area informed us that those scouts have military-grade encrypted radios. They have military-grade optics that they're using, and from their vantage point, observing Border Patrol, they then notify someone else with this encrypted radio. They send 20 to 30 people to basically overwhelm that Border Patrol agent on the border, and while that individual's tied up, they send the fentanyl. That's when the carpet shoe-wearing, backpack fentanyl, that results in drop sites just inside the border where I saw hundreds of empty backpacks and carpet shoes, where the drugs are then placed into the hands of a courier in the back of a truck and transported to cities all across America, resulting in that supply. Make no mistake about it, the actions of this administration to remove those policies have resulted in this crisis. And one of the other policies that they so effectively have taken care of, Title 42, that will end tomorrow, will result in a catastrophe of epic proportions, already breaking records, and we see them massing throughout Central America to come into the United States. Now, you can have good intentions of wanting to help every person on the planet. That's great. But by making that something that taxpayers have to do, you're basically determining what someone else should be doing with their charity. And maybe somebody in Tennessee, our taxpayers, they want to do something for Gold Star families. Maybe they want to give to a different charity. Maybe they want to give to one of the NGOs that want to do something. But they should be the ones getting to decide, not the federal government telling them how their charity should be given. That's not freedom. And I'll tell you, the policies that have been canceled, that have resulted in this crisis, that have resulted in the cartels taking over 5 of our sectors of our southwest border, all on Joe Biden. Title II being canceled, and Alejandro Mayorkas. Title 42 being canceled, and what's about to happen, state of emergency in cities all across the southern border, coming across, make every state a border state? Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas. So I think it's really important we correct the record on some of this stuff. Now, I want to make one other point, and I want to warn my colleagues across the aisle. You know, President Biden promised to veto the D.C. crime bill. Remember that? He said, oh, we're going to veto that bill. And the Senate said, we're not going to vote for that. And you know what our Democrat colleagues did here in the House? They all voted no. And then the furor happened in America. And the president realized, boy, that'd be a big mistake. And the Senate said, oh my gosh, we're not going to do that either. And so the Senate voted for the D.C. crime bill. Now, the Democrat colleagues here in the House are going to have to go back and explain why they voted no when their party on the other side of the aisle voted yes, and their president changed his mind and signed that bill into law. And you watch the next couple of days as the border gets worse and worse, and that Americans become more and more and more aware. We're going to pass this bill. You can vote no on it. But as those senators get more and more aware of this crisis, and that president has to look at what's happening to El Paso and Brownsville, he just might change his mind again. And guess who's going to be left holding the bag? You don't want to vote no on this bill. This bill will secure our southern border. This isn't an immigration bill. We never set out to handle immigration with this. That's coming. This bill secures the border so that we can deal with the immigration issues. Because what we can't do is create even more incentive with an open border. That just does what Mr. Mayorkas and Mr. Biden have done, create more incentive that brings more and more people in and overwhelms our social services, overwhelms our schools and hospitals. As this thing unfolds over the next few days, don't be surprised if the president changes his mind again and you're left holding the bag. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on my side. I'm prepared to close.
I
reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
All right.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's remarkable that Republicans are getting behind the Child Deportation Act, a bill that would blow a $6.1 billion hole in our federal budget at the same time that they are finagling concern about the federal deficit. Today, the other side has said a lot about how the Biden administration is handling the ending of Title 42, but remarkably, not one of them acknowledged that they voted to lift it in February. Enactment of H.R. 2 would do nothing to keep fentanyl out of our communities or protect unaccompanied children. And just for the record, in our section of the bill, fentanyl is not even mentioned. So I would hope at some point the other two discussions tomorrow might talk a little more directly about fentanyl if it's in there. But it's not in our section at this point. For the record, the information that we have in terms of the 90% fentanyl comes from the chief of the Border Patrol. I mean, it's his information, so we can only take him at his word. Those 5 ports of entry that the chair talked about, that was not what he said. He said it was in Mexico, not in the U.S. in terms of being controlled by the cartels. I think we all will admit the cartels do not control the border within the boundaries of the United States. So it's a play on words, but at least we can be accurate with that. In terms of how we determine who comes and who's captured and how the fentanyl is collected, I suggest that you talk to the FBI, Homeland Security Investigations, or DEA. They are the persons who interview the people who are caught at our ports of entry. And more importantly, most of the people that we catch at our ports of entry, they are American citizens. They are not, for the most part, immigrants or aliens or whatever you want to call them, trying to come into this country illegally. They are American citizens. In terms of guns, the cartels are a violent operation. There's no question about it. We need to do everything that we can to stop them. But we can't keep American guns from going to Mexico unless we come up with an enhanced policy to do that. We have to acknowledge that the majority of the guns that the cartels are using are coming from the United States. As the record will reflect, there's only one gun store in the entire country of Mexico. And it takes months for an individual even to get cleared to buy a gun. So we just want to keep the record to reflect the truth. Enactment of H.R. 2, as I said, would do nothing to keep fentanyl out of our communities or protect unaccompanied children. What it will do is penalize communities and religious organizations who care for vulnerable people. Section 115B is so broad that a nonprofit hospital that admits an undocumented migrant would be deemed as facilitating unlawful activity. Cartels and smugglers are chomping at the bits to see this bill enacted into law. H.R. 2 would create conditions where desperate people will be left with few options but to try and enter the U.S. illegally between ports of entry. It would be a boon for smugglers' illicit business. We should be coming together to enact sensible border and immigration policies that support our communities and economy. We can do better than the Child Deportation Act. With that, I urge a no vote on this extreme mega bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Homeland Security and the Committee on Ways and Means, and the Committee on Homeland Security and the Committee on the Judiciary regarding House Resolution 2794, the Border Reinforcement Act of 2023, which comprises Division A of H.R. 2.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people cannot wait any longer for secure borders and safe communities. Securing the border should not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. And it is the federal government's responsibility to do so. And when they fail, Congress, a co-equal branch of government, should step in and hold them accountable. That is what we're doing here today. The Biden administration produced the catastrophic humanitarian tragedy we're seeing today, dismantling all semblance of law and order and sending a clear message to the cartels that our border is open. We've all seen what's been happening the past few days as Title 42 comes to an end. It is a fact that the border is in a shambles. Frontline law enforcement personnel are overwhelmed and overworked as they're stretched physically and mentally amid this crisis. State and local resources are quickly depleting as they attempt to do the job that this administration has not done since its first day in charge: secure the borders and enforce the law. The current situation at the border is unsustainable. Yet over the past 2+ years, my colleagues across the aisle have refused to hold the Biden administration accountable for its ineffective policies, have watched the border fall into the hands of violent cartels, and have completely ignored the disaster that has only gotten worse by the day. That must end today. The American people are fed up with the inaction. The Biden-Mayorkas border crisis is a national security threat that must be addressed immediately. I encourage my colleagues to join House Republicans in passing this very important legislation. And I want to close by addressing the patriots serving on the front lines of this crisis with no support or appreciation from this administration. Many of us have visited the border on several occasions across multiple sectors and have seen firsthand the work our Customs and Border Protection officers and agents do every single day to risk their lives for this great country. To the officers and agents on the ground dealing with this crisis, on behalf of the American people, we appreciate you, we support you, and we have your back. Mr. Speaker, with that, I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2 is postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and 11 a.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the retirement and longtime service of Patton Township Manager Douglas J. Erickson, who has served the Center County community for over 25 years. Douglas Erickson began as Township Engineer and Director of Public Works in 1998 before becoming Township Manager in 2006. While 18 township supervisors have come and gone since his first day as a township employee, Erickson has remained committed to public service. In his time, Doug oversaw the rapid expansion and development of the State College suburb and left a long legacy of accomplishments. Under his leadership, Patton Township has seen unprecedented growth, including adding thousands of new residents and the construction of nearly 3,000 new homes. The township government has grown to include more than 50 employees in police, public works, administration, finance and engineering, and planning and zoning departments. Doug has secured an incredible $30 million in grants for township projects, helping to improve the quality of life for all the township's residents. I thank Douglas J. Erickson for his commitment to serving his community of Patton Township and wish him a very happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the unnecessary debt ceiling crisis. The MAGA Republicans want to hold the American economy hostage to their political agenda. They want to force cruel cuts to the budget to hurt working class Americans, all for cheap political points. If enacted, their budget would deny health care to millions of Americans. It would lay off thousands of teachers and emergency medical personnel, and it would take away food from children and seniors. MAGA Republicans do not think the lives of children and seniors are important. They would rather give tax dollars to billionaires and help them take tax write-offs on private jets and etc. Thankfully, House Democrats are putting people over politics to solve real problems. President Biden's budget supports children, seniors, and American workers. It will create new jobs and lower costs to help families. It is the budget America needs right now. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise during Military Appreciation Month to highlight an Eastern North Carolina native and a true American hero. United States Air Force Technical Sergeant William H. Gonzalez of my hometown, Snow Hill, North Carolina, was on the way home after picking up his mother from the airport when he witnessed a woman lose control of her vehicle and veer into a pond off Interstate 587. Mr. Speaker, as a fearless airman with 9 years of service, Gonzalez didn't hesitate and leaped into action. He dove into the pond, brought the woman back to consciousness, and helped her safely escape from her submerged vehicle. This Military Appreciation Month, we salute all our brave men and women in uniform. But today, I ask for people across America to join me in saluting Technical Sergeant William Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As National Police Week gets underway and we prepare for the coming days of solemn tributes and remembrances of our brave men and women in blue and green, here in our nation's capital and across the country, it's more important than ever that we stand here united as House Republicans and share our appreciation for all that our heroes do every single day to keep us safe. National Police Week is a time to remember and honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our safety and security, and to express our gratitude and support to those who continue to serve and protect our communities across the country. As the proud representative of Florida's 3rd Congressional District and the wife of a first responder, I have witnessed firsthand the courage and dedication of our local law enforcement officers. They are the ones who respond to emergencies, prevent crimes, and uphold the law in our communities. They are the ones who face danger and uncertainty every time they put on their uniform. They are the ones that leave their families behind, not knowing if they will return home safely. And like so many spouses, when my husband puts on his SWAT medic vest for a call out, I feel that twinge of uncertainty. I hug him just a little tighter. It's a unique feeling to us, to the people who love those who serve. And of course, we all pray that our loved ones return home safely. Before my colleagues take the floor and share their appreciation for our men and women in blue and green, I briefly want to share with you some of the stories of the fallen heroes from my district in Florida who have touched our lives and our hearts with their service. In Alachua County, we remember Deputy Sheriff Kenteris Taylor, who was killed in a single vehicle crash while responding to a domestic violence call on March 12, 2020. He was only 27 years old and had served with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office for less than a year. He is survived by his fiancée, his son, his parents, and his siblings. In Gilchrist County, we remember Sergeant Noel Ramirez and Deputy Taylor Lindsay of the Gilchrist County Sheriff's Department, who were brazenly attacked and killed while on a lunch break in Trenton, Florida, on April 19, 2018. Sergeant Ramirez had served with Gilchrist County for 7 years and is survived by his wife and 2 children. Deputy Lindsay, who was only 25, is survived by his parents and his grandparents. In Bradford County, we remember Sergeant David LaShawn Goodson, who died from complications of COVID-19 on August 18, 2020. He was 48 years old and had served with the Bradford County Sheriff's Office for 22 years. He is survived by his wife, his daughter, his son, his mother, and his brother. In Marion County, we remember Deputy Sheriff Craig Heater Riley II, who died from complications of COVID-19 on December 16, 2020. He was 53 and had served with Marion County Sheriff's Office for 25 years. He is survived by his wife, his 2 daughters, his son-in-law, his grandson, his parents, and his sister. And finally, just this year, we lost Deputy Nick Tilleman. He was 30 years old and had served our nation in both the Army and the Navy. He was a friend to all and known as a goofball who could keep a smile on your face. Tragically, the smile that he so frequently donned couldn't hide the pain that he felt, and on February 15th of this year, he took his own life. It is not popular, nor is it very easy, to talk about the mental strain on our first responders, but it must be said both here on the floor of the United States House of Representatives and in departments around this country, mental health matters. Our men and women in blue and green are responding to the most violent, disturbing, and tragic scenes that not only stay with them for the rest of their lives, but force them to compartmentalize their work for the rest of their time on the force and beyond. No man or woman should have to bear that burden alone or in silence. It's well past time we prioritize mental health training and treatment for our LEOs and all of our first responders. Again, I am proud, not just as a wife to a SWAT medic, but as a representative of some of Florida's finest. We are here to honor those that have served our communities with distinction, as well as those that continue to do so. Today, you will hear the stories of many that have served, and I'm especially honored to lead this special order along with my good friend, Sheriff John Rutherford, and giving thanks for recognizing their service. These are just some of the names of the fallen heroes from our districts. There are many more who have given their lives in other counties and cities across our state and nation. Each one of them has a story to tell. Each one of them has a family to mourn. Each one of them has a legacy it is our duty to honor. We owe them a debt of gratitude that we can never repay, but we can do our best to support their families and colleagues who are left behind. We can do our best to ensure that they have the resources and equipment they need to do their job safely and effectively. We can do our best and will do our best to respect and appreciate their work and sacrifice. We can and we will stand up for our men and women in uniform in the face of attacks from those who wish to vilify our hardworking LEOs. As we mark National Police Week 2023 and welcome the thousands of law enforcement officers to our nation's capital, their nation's capital, for days of ceremonies, tributes, and important conversations, let us remember and honor the fallen heroes of law enforcement. Let us pray for their families and friends who miss them dearly, and let us thank our brothers and sisters in blue and green who carry on the mission today. We will never forget that they gave their lives for us. We will never forget their names, all 246 that were lost in the line of duty last year. At this time, I would like to yield 5 minutes to my friend and colleague from the great state of Florida, Sheriff John Rutherford.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, throughout my life, I've answered the call to public service. For 40 years, I dedicated my career to serving in law enforcement, 12 of which I led as sheriff. So I know firsthand from experience that every day these law enforcement officers put their lives on the line when they put on their uniform and step out into their communities to keep us safe. That kind of sacrifice is part of the commitment these officers make to protecting citizens across the country and is essential to making our communities and neighborhoods safe. Over the past few years, we've seen calls to defund the police sweep across this nation, and we've heard members of this very chamber support efforts to demoralize and delegitimize the brave men and women who enforce our laws to keep us safe. This has made it incredibly difficult for law enforcement officers to do their jobs, not to mention the liberal prosecutors and district attorneys who are failing to do their jobs to keep criminals off the street. The results, a spike in violent crime that has left cities less safe than they were 3 years ago. I'm proud that our House Republicans, led by Speaker McCarthy, are focusing on upholding law and order across America. House Republicans are committed to supporting our law enforcement. That means helping agencies hire more police officers, opposing all efforts to defund the police, and cracking down on those prosecutors and district attorneys who refuse to do their jobs and prosecute crime. We recently voted to overturn D.C.'s soft-on-crime criminal justice reforms that reduce penalties for people who were committing crimes like carjacking and robbery. Throughout my career in law enforcement, I've seen how failure to prosecute minor crimes leads to more serious violent crimes. We need to work with our leaders in law enforcement, work with them, not against them. That's why I was proud to reintroduce the Invest to Protect Act this week. This bill would provide small police departments with fewer than 200 officers the resources that they need to hire and retain the best officers, provide necessary training, and improve their well-being. Small law enforcement departments make up more than 96% of our local U.S. police departments. The Invest to Protect Act would simply grant process and give the departments the flexibility to make meaningful investments in their officers and communities. Part of making grants more accessible to law enforcement agencies is by removing strings to federal money. I've been fighting against President Biden's efforts to empower the U.S. Attorney General to make training and policy decisions, moving local policing decisions from sheriffs and local police chiefs to the federal government. That's a very scary idea to someone who understands the importance of keeping policing local. The strength of America's domestic security lies in the diversity of our state and local law enforcement. We can start by defunding Section 19 and 20 of the President's Executive Order on Policing, which requires law enforcement agencies who receive federal money to be accredited to stand with standards that are set by the AG and to meet a list of policies also decided by the Attorney General before they're eligible for federal grant money. Any move to nationalize local law enforcement must be resisted at every turn. But most importantly, we must do all we can to keep law enforcement officers safe while they're on duty. That's why I reintroduced the Protect and Serve Act again this year to strengthen penalties on criminals who violently target our law enforcement officers. We must hold these criminals accountable and show our officers that we have their backs. As we mark Police Week and remember those who gave their lives in service to their communities, we must come together to support policies that make our law enforcement officers' lives safer and more effective. Together we can support law enforcement through sound policy and oversight and send the message that House Republicans are committed to passing critical legislation through the House, Senate, and the White House. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from the great state of Florida, my good friend. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome another great colleague and friend from the wonderful state of Texas, Representative Brian Babin.
I thank the gentlewoman, my good friend from Florida, for having this special order. Mr. Speaker, for years, our men and women in blue have endured relentless attacks by leftists who wish to see them defunded and abolished completely, incredible as it may seem. A sentiment so out of touch with reality that it's incomprehensible. What rational person would abolish that very force, that thin blue line that prevents mayhem and murder in our society? This incessant demonization has pushed police officers all across this great land to resign in record-breaking numbers. Why stay in a role where you're hated, you're targeted, and without the resources necessary to do your job? Especially when the past 3 years have proven that the Democrat Party actually celebrates lawlessness. And since actions have consequences, we're watching a tsunami of crime wash over our entire nation. Yes, the radical Democrats have sown the wind, and now we are going to reap the whirlwind and are doing so now. Between their defund the police agenda and soft on crime policies, the left has created a system where criminals thrive and prosper instead of law-abiding citizens. 27 of the top 30 crime-ridden cities in the nation are run by the Democrat Party. The crime rate in Washington, D.C. alone is up 24%. America is a nation of laws, not anarchy. We need our police officers who run toward the danger and the chaos. They put their lives on the line daily and deserve our full support and utmost respect and admiration. Today and every day, we must thank law enforcement for the courageous work that they do to keep us and our families safe. We must always back the blue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to my friend and colleague from the great state of Texas for your unwavering support for our men and women in blue and green. Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize my friend from the great state of Georgia. Go Gators. Had to throw that in there. Mr. Collins, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kamek and Rutherford, for leading this special order hour. For America's law enforcement and in advance of National Police Week, the brave men and women of law enforcement put their lives on the line for our safety each and every day. They do an extremely difficult job at great personal risk and do it well. Even as Monday morning quarterbacks in politics and the media lob accusations and insult at police officers, they continue to serve and protect with integrity and professionalism. Let's talk about what law enforcement does. They run toward danger when everyone else is running away. They confront the violent criminals who threaten our communities. They answer the midnight calls for help. And they don't ask you your politics, your gender, your race, or anything else before doing so. In short, they serve as a thin blue line between anarchy and chaos, between good and evil. You know what else they do? They do hug their families. They hug their families in the morning before they go to work, and they pray that they make it home. And too often they don't. Sometimes they make the ultimate sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, Locust Grove, Georgia Patrolman Chase Lee Maddox exemplified what it means to be a selfless servant of their community. Patrolman Maddox's end of watch was February 9th, 2018, when he was shot and killed in the line of duty assisting the Henry County Sheriff's Office with serving a warrant. He's survived by his wife and 2 sons, and his second son was born just days after his death. Patrolman Maddox exemplifies the risk associated with putting on the uniform and wearing a badge, and it's an honor to commemorate him today on the floor of the People's House. I think about stories like this when police officers are smeared in the press and accused of evil intent when tragedy strikes. I also think about these stories when I see left-wing politicians in cities across America implementing criminal-first policies that put our citizens and police officers in harm's way. The way to fix this crime crisis is to let cops do their jobs and make criminals do the time. Unlike my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have chosen not to speak in support of police tonight, we will always remember, honor, and support our heroes in blue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to my friend and colleague from the great state of Georgia for his comments. At this time, I would like to recognize my friend from North Carolina, Representative Edwards.
Thank you, the distinguished Congresswoman from Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 47 courageous law enforcement officers who have fallen since 1906 in North Carolina's 11th District. And it saddens me to say that in the past 3 years, we've lost Ryan Phillip Hendricks from the Henderson County Sheriff's Office. We've lost Donald William Ramey from the Transylvania County Sheriff's Office. And we lost John Horton from the North Carolina Highway Patrol. In towns and cities across our nation, citizens are traveling to Washington, D.C. this week to participate in National Police Week, to honor and to remember our law enforcement officers, past and present. President John F. Kennedy, from the other side of the aisle, announced the first Police Week in 1962 to honor police officers for their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities and for their courage and dedication to their communities. It is a distinct honor to represent the numerous brave men and women in law enforcement in Western North Carolina. And I rise today to say thank you to all of our law enforcement officers in cities and towns across the Blue Ridge, across the entire state of North Carolina, and across our nation. We need them now more than ever, and we must never stop backing the men and women in blue who protect us, our loved ones, and our communities. Thank you, and may God continue to bless our nation's law enforcement officers. And Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you. Thank you to the gentleman from North Carolina. At this time, I would like to welcome and recognize my friend from the great state of Texas, Representative Self.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor law enforcement during this upcoming National Police Week. Thank you to the gentlelady from Florida. In 1962, as my colleague from North Carolina suggested, President John F. Kennedy formally proclaimed the recognition of Peace Officers Memorial Day beginning in May of 1963. Kennedy acknowledged that law enforcement officers have played an important role since the beginning of this nation. In 1821, Stephen F. Austin, known as the Father of Texas, established a group of roughly 50 men to provide for the safety of the first Texas settlements. He recognized this group as the Rangers in 1823, for their duties compelled them to range over the entire countryside, thus giving rise to the service known today as the Texas Rangers. Today, I want to pay special homage to the first responders who ran to the gunfire when shots rang out last Saturday, just 4 days ago, at the Allen Outlet Mall in Allen, Texas. The first responders include the Allen Police Department, the Plano Police Department, the McKinney Police Department, the Frisco Police Department, the Prosper Police Department, the Wiley Police Department, the Fairview Police Department, the Collin County Sheriff's Office, the Collin County Constable Precinct 1, Collin County Constable Precinct 3, the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, the Texas Department of Public Safety Highway Patrol, and the Texas Department of Public Safety Texas Rangers. I want to offer special recognition to the Allen police officer who, by the grace of God, was on the scene when the first shot was fired and responded swiftly. He is a hero among a cast of heroes who continue piecing together the details of this horrible occurrence. That Allen police officer's actions epitomize the words of the legendary Texas Ranger, Captain W.J. McDonald, who said, "No man in the wrong can stand up against a fellow who's in the right and keeps a-comin'." I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. At this time, I would like to recognize from the great state of Virginia, Representative Good.
Thank you, Congressman Kamek, for hosting this special order tonight, honoring the brave men and women who put their lives in harm's way to keep our communities safe. Every day, some 800,000 law enforcement officers put on the badge and leave their families behind, not knowing what the day will hold. They serve silently on the front lines, faithfully upholding the law, fighting to reduce crime and to save lives. Our party truly backs the blue and stands proudly with these valiant men and women, including those serving this Capitol complex even tonight. Sadly, however, those on the other side want to defund the police and restrict their ability to enforce the law. But we want them to have all of the support resources they need most to effectively execute their duties. In fact, I have a former state trooper on my own staff, and I'm grateful for his service to our Commonwealth. Unfortunately, these last few years have seen mass retirements and decreasing morale in police departments, so I want to stand with my colleagues to express my deep gratitude to all law enforcement officers who stand in the gap to serve and protect. Thanks to you, families in our communities can sleep better knowing you stand watching, ready to respond when needed. Thank you on behalf of a grateful nation.
Thank you to my colleague from Virginia. At this time, I would like to recognize Sheriff John Rutherford to join me in reading the names of our fallen from last year.
"246 officers from the state of Florida. Officer Christopher Gibson, Detective Joseph Anthony Tripoli, Deportation Officer William Hayes, Trooper John Sumter Horton, Deputy Sheriff Brian Venata, Officer Bart Lane Arnold, Officer Jesus de Lelus Chuy Lara III, Officer David Leroy Engel, Officer Franklin Joe, Officer Bruce Eckhoff, Officer Richard Lynn Tostenson, Captain Reginald Kamal Smith, Sergeant Geraldo Morales, Deputy Sheriff Michael Queenie, Detective Sergeant Janelle Visor, Officer Fernando Uriel Arios, Officer Diane Gonzalez, Corrections Officer Mark A. Loken, Officer Brian R. Shields, Deputy Sheriff Brian Dennis Moore, Chief Michael E. German, Deputy Sheriff Joseph Robert Tinoco, Captain Jeffrey Allen Pierce, Investigator Stephen Ray Finley, Deputy Sheriff Terrence Nicholas Bateman, Sergeant Malik Z. Majusub, Corrections Officer Melissa M. France, Detective James M. Ward, Corporal Ernest M. Robinson, Officer Ramiro Ray Perez, Sergeant Kenneth J. Thurman Sr., Officer Daniel J. Sanchez, Chief Ron Rife, Officer Caril Cortez Jones, Officer Tyler Lenahan, School Resource Officer Johnny Patterson, Detective Jason Rivera, Special Agent Anthony Salas, Lieutenant Kevin Pounders, Deputy Jailer Gregory L. Means, Corporal Charles Galloway, Sergeant Ramon Gutierrez, Detective Wilbert D. Mora, Officer Christopher Wayne Berry. Deputy Sheriff John L. Grampovnik. School Resource Officer Travis Hurley. Master Trooper Vincent Arnold Mullins. Deputy Sheriff Noah Rainey. Deputy Sheriff Lauren Marie Redmond. Officer Donald Sahota. Senior Correctional Officer Robert F. McCormack. Master Patrolman William Daniel Kelly. Sergeant William Shibley. Sergeant Burke N. Hannibal. Officer Chris Bardwell. Deputy Sheriff LaQuinton J. Wilson. Officer John Painter. Master Police Officer David J. Nevis. Sergeant Arthur Duran. Deputy Sheriff Steve Bobbitt. Correctional Officer Helen May Smith. Sergeant Chris Jenkins. Captain Colin Burney. Chief Leslie Stevens. Deputy Sheriff Brian J. Norton. Sergeant Robert M. Miller. Officer Leonard Swanson. Special Deputy Marshal Joseph Elzondo Gomez. Patrolman David Glenn Evans. Detective Michael W. Godwin. Sergeant Joseph Caldwell. Lieutenant Scott Brandon Owens. Correctional Officer Jose Ruiz. Deputy First Class Kenny Olander. Senior Officer Robert Eric Duran. Trooper Tamar Anush Bucci. Officer David A. Mathura. Correctional Officer Lonnie D. Johnson, Sr. Corporal Benjamin Lee Cooper. Officer Jake Alexander Reed. Officer Freddie Wilson. Officer Caleb Ogilvie. Deputy Sheriff Dominique Collada. Officer Lane Anthony Burns. Sergeant Barbara Majors Finley. Trooper Martin Francis Mack III. Trooper Brandon Tyler Siska. Officer Dan Roca. Officer Jeffrey Herndon Carson. Deputy Sheriff Douglas Warren Sanford. Investigator Donald Richard Crooms. Agent John Dale Stayrook. Corrections Officer Darrell Avery. Correctional Officer Braxton Hoffman. Officer John Mestis. Correctional Officer John Barron Broadway. Corporal Shelley Godbold. Corporal Michael R. Springer. Deputy Sheriff Aubrey Phillips. Corporal James Michael McWhorter. Correctional Officer K. W. Zegger, Jr. Officer Lonnie Sneed. Corporal Michael Keith Morgan. Sheriff Robert P. Kraft. Captain Frank Keith Rizak, Jr. Deputy Sheriff Jarrett Orozzi. Corrections Deputy Bridget Lachelle Hunter. Officer Nicholas Vela. Lieutenant Jason T. Dumloa. Sergeant Matthew Horton. Deputy Constable Neil Adams. Sergeant John Joseph Donahue. Correctional Lieutenant Steve Taylor. Officer Jorge David Alvarado, Jr., Major Roderick C. Covington, Officer Dominic M. Francis, Lieutenant William David Lebo, Deputy Sheriff Darren Almendarez, Officer Trey Marcel Sutton, Sergeant Christopher Michael Vaughn, Deputy Constable Jennifer Lauren Chavez, Patrol Officer Brian Lee Simber, Officer Darrell Wayne Fortner, Sergeant Pedro Tony Candia, Deputy Sheriff James Jerry Critchlow, Officer Roy Andrew Barr, Corporal David P. Jones, Deputy Sheriff Nicholas W. Tullier, Deputy Sheriff Walter Donald Jenkins, Jr., Deputy Sheriff Robert Adam Howard, Border Patrol Agent Daniel Humberto Salazar, Chief Deputy Sheriff Jody Wayne Cash, Officer Stephen Charles Plum, Jr., Supervisory Police Officer Yu Tak Lewis Tao, Senior Correctional Officer Daniel Sinkovich, Correctional Officer Jade Drennan.
Thank you to my friend and colleague for helping name the first 120 of those that we lost in the line of duty last year. At this time, I would like to continue reading the list of names. Officer Trainee Cody Allen Olafson, Lieutenant Mark Allen Pike, Supervising Fire Marshal John Joseph Jack McCauley, Officer Houston Ryan Tipping, Deportation Officer Brian Wayne Turner, Special Agent Peter Christopher Egan, Officer Adrian Lopez Sr., Deputy Sheriff Thomas E. Baker III, Officer Christopher Nicholas Ferriello, Senior Investigator Kyle Lee Patterson, Officer Kenneth Winston Kroom, Detective Justin Michael Terry, Deputy First Class Glenn R. Hillard, Sergeant Michael Domingo Paredes, Officer Joseph Anthony Santana, Sergeant Sean Free, Deputy Sheriff Austin W. Melvin Richardson, Deputy Sheriff Jamar Colin Abel, Deputy Sheriff Austin Derek Aldridge, Detention Officer Jeremiah James Story, Deputy Sheriff Jeff L. Hermanson, Sergeant Richard Lopez, Reserve Officer Jeffrey Michael David Richardson, Deputy Sheriff Bradley Stephen Henry Johnson, Captain Ralph Harlow Frazier, Deputy Sheriff William Edward Petrie, Police Officer Jacob Russell Chaffins, Sergeant John K. Williams, Officer Lauren Michael Courts, Parole Supervisor Ronald D. Spangler, Jr., Officer Brian D. Oliff, Undersheriff Lawrence George Corrin, Lieutenant Fred Douglas Beers III, Deputy Sheriff Michael Adam Levinson, Patrolman Vincent Anthony Parks, Officer Frederick G. Malley, Officer Daniel Francisco Vasquez, Sergeant Christopher James Nelson, Officer Anthony Patrick Mazurkiewicz, Supervisory Deportation Officer Rachel Elizabeth Velmus, Deputy Sheriff Matthew Eugene Yates, Sergeant Jean Harold Luis Astry. Mounted Deputy Nicole Schuf Ballant. Deputy Sheriff Lorenzo Bustos. Deputy Sheriff Jamie Lynn Reynolds. Officer Noah Jacob Shinavitz. Deputy Sheriff Dallas Ryan Edinburgh. Sergeant Matthew Ryan Fishman. Special Officer Mannion. Conservation Officer Lawrence E. Cabana. Deputy Sheriff Andrew Peary. Corporal Chad M. Beatty. Deputy Sheriff Ned P. Bird. Officer Cesar Echavarri. Captain William Riley Argavas. Special Agent Jose Antonio Perez. Officer Ivan Mauricio Lopez. Sergeant Robert Blaine Swartz. Sergeant Brent Komizak. Sergeant Harold Lee Russell II. Detective Matthew Walker Blansnet. Constable Deborah Martinez Girabe. Correctional Officer Caitlin Breen Rittenauer. Deputy Sheriff Jonathan Randall Koleski. Deputy Sheriff Marshall Samuel Irvin Jr. Trooper Cadet Patrick Donnell Dupree. Officer Dylan Michael Vakoff. Captain Janelle Sanders. Officer Lloyd Mike Todd. Officer Sierra Burton. Deputy Sheriff Michael Hartwick. Senior Patrol Officer Anthony Martin. Master Police Officer Tyrell Owens Riley. Detention Corporal Gregory Thomas Horn Sr. Sergeant Megan Burke. Major Terry Randall Arnold. Deputy Sheriff Blaine Lane. Deputy Sheriff Sidney Carter. Investigator Maisha Brianna Stewart. Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte. Sergeant Alex Hamsey. Officer Turing Tai. Officer Stephen R. Nodham III. Officer Jorge Arias. Sergeant Ivan M. Morales. Officer Logan K. Metlock. Sergeant Daniel Allen Camerzel. Lieutenant Christina Zell. Criminal Investigator Stephen A. Carnes. Officer Brandon Sy. Marine Interdiction Agent Michael O. Maceda. Officer Jordan Jackson. Sheriff Christopher Taylor. Detective Sergeant Frank Galdino. Deputy Sheriff Jose Angel de Leon. Border Patrol Agent Raul Humberto Gonzalez Jr. Reserve Deputy Brad Miller. Court Services Officer Matthew Warland. Senior Corrections Officer Scott Osborne Rainier. Officer Brandon Paul Esforte. Sergeant Stephen Robin. Sergeant Donald Scooby. Deputy Sheriff Daniel J. Kinn. Deputy Sheriff Oscar Bolanos Advanciska, Jr. Chief Joe Carey. Detective Paul Daniel Newell. Deputy Sheriff Corey D. McElroy. Corporal Ray Charles Hamilton. Deputy Sheriff Isaiah Cordero. Canine Benny. Canine Jedi. Canine Nitro. Canine Maya. Canine Zero. Canine Dash. Canine Major. Canine Jinx. Canine Mina. Canine Bluz. Canine Drago. Canine Exo. Canine Odin. Canine Cannon. Canine Drago. Canine Frankie. Canine Max. Canine Blue. Canine Haynes. Canine Axel. Canine Lux. Canine Rocket. Canine Figo. Canine Pepper. Canine Jack. Mr. Speaker, that is 246 officers that gave their life in the line of duty. I'd like to thank my colleagues for joining me for tonight's special order. You know, it's pretty hard to read those names. Mr. Speaker, at this time I have no more speakers, and I would like to close. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back.
Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, until 10 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As we get ourselves sort of set up here, the hazard when you use sort of boards. I actually want to walk through a couple things. And if I don't make some folks mad, particularly on the other side tonight, I'm not doing my job. And let's see, Mr. Parliamentarian, we have till 10 o'clock as our shutdown time, correct? All right.
The gentleman is correct.
So we will go through this. How many of you have been basically hearing even the president today talking about the debt ceiling and how outrageous it is that Republicans are trying to actually use it for some policy? If there's any of the scribes that we call reporters, please listen for one moment. When we talk about the debt ceiling, how many of you remember 2017? How Democrats rolled Trump on the deficit ceiling. The Democrats and the press were giddy that when we were up against the debt ceiling in 2017, that Schumer and the gang basically required another $15 billion in spending. And that was the cost of their participation in a debt ceiling. Oh, but that would be outrageous to try to do policy as part of the debt ceiling. But you did it. And then, how about this? 2019. Does anyone remember someone called Speaker Pelosi? In that case, the extortion was additional spending of $324 billion. Now, the difference for Republicans is we're trying to save the country from the debt crisis, where the left was trying to spend more money. But this is in the last couple years. And now you basically have the press, a whole bunch of the Washington, D.C. chattering class. Obviously, our Democrat colleagues, that we can't believe the Republicans are actually asking for some fiscal constraints. Okay, but it was just 2019 that Pelosi, no debt increase until spending limits are raised. That's policy. So how come it was wonderful just a few years ago, when we're up against the debt ceiling, when Democrats asked for policy changes, and now they're enraged that we're asking for it? Does anyone understand how absolutely duplicitous this place is and the short memories around here? It took us a good, 20, 30 seconds on a search engine to find this. If you're going to hold us to a standard, hold us to the very ones you on the left live by. 2017, you demanded changes. 2019, you demanded $324 billion of additional spending. And that was your price of playing with the debt ceiling. What we as conservatives and Republicans are basically asking is help us save the country. And you got to understand some of the things going on. But this is a real point. And I know this makes some folks uncomfortable. The only way this place seems to work is when we're up against what's called a stressor. It's a budget. It's a deadline. It's a debt ceiling. But yet, if you look at the last couple decades, actually going back to the 80s, almost any time we've actually accomplished any fiscal constraints, we were up against a debt ceiling. Look, you go back to Gramm-Rudman, all the way through policy agreement after policy agreement. There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in functioning the last 40 years. Every single one of these came from a debt ceiling. And yet, if you read particularly the Washington, D.C. press, and these are supposed to be the people that know what the hell's going on, oh, we can't believe Speaker McCarthy and those Republicans are actually asking for some fiscal constraint tied to the debt ceiling. Huh? Now, when the left had it, they demanded more spending. But all these are ones that actually gave us some policy. It's just the duplicity around here. And does anyone pay attention to the numbers coming out of Treasury, the numbers coming out of CBO, the numbers coming out of joint tax? Are you following what's actually going on? Sorry, I'm trying not to get too angry. If I have any of my members here or your staff, I know literacy sometimes isn't our greatest accomplishment around here. This is this week's Economist magazine. Please, someone just read the cover. Fiscal Fantasyland. When will politicians wake up? When the Economist magazine is warning us how much danger we're in and that the numbers are coming off the rails. You need to understand what the hell's going on. Governments are living in a fiscal fantasy land. And this is from the Economist magazine talking about the green tax credits that we were all promised. Remember, the left got up in front of these microphones and said, there'll not be more than $391 billion over the 10 years. And then all of a sudden we come back and find out the actual scoring's turning into $1.2 trillion. And yes, CBO rescored it and they basically doubled it. But the outside world is calculating it. Goldman and others are basically saying, no, it's 1.2 trillion. Do you remember how proud the left was? Is we're going to cut the deficit because we raised these taxes and then we're going to do these green credits. Have you noticed they don't talk about that anymore because the new scoring, it spends money. It doesn't save a dime. Yet at the same time, do you understand what's happening in the first 7 months of this year? Entitlement spending's already up 11% in the first 7 months of this year. That's stunning amounts of money. But receipts, we put revenues on here because most people know it, but for Ways and Means, tax revenues are the receipts. We're down 10%. Do you understand what I'm saying? Spending on entitlements is up 11%, but revenues are down 10%. Do you understand what the hell's going on? There is a reason. You remember a few days ago or 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden the Treasury Secretary goes, oh God, the cutoff date when they've used up all the extraordinary measures is moving up, what was it, a month, 6 weeks? That was because the tax revenues weren't coming in nearly as high as we expected. And you start to understand some of what's going on. Just this year, we will spend 40% more on interest. We're going to spend over $100 billion so far. I think the first 7 months, over $100 billion more just on interest because we were living in this artificial fantasy land for the last decade with suppressed interest rates. And now, remember, it's not just the $2 trillion we're going to borrow this year. And yes, it's approaching $2 trillion. It's the fact that we have what's called a weighted daily average. I think we're about, 60, 70 months. And that basically means within that time, you have to refinance half of all U.S. sovereign debt. That new sovereign debt, when it's refinanced, or the new $2 trillion that has to be financed, is at today's interest rates, not at the artificially low interest rates we had 2 years ago, before the Biden inflation took off. Actually, that's not fair. Democrat inflation took off. But we're going to spend dramatically more on interest. And be aware, if those people who are giddy in today's inflation number didn't pay enough attention to what the core calculation was. That core calculation was sitting about 4.9, but if you read the notes, it was so sticky. We may have higher interest rates in this country for years. Not this magic thing where, hey, we're going to fall back down to 2% inflation at the end of the year and everything's going to be hunky-dory again. That's not what the data is saying. And you got to understand, federal spending soars, revenues fall. And this is from the Wall Street Journal just this last week. Budget surpluses, including adjustments for timing effects. The outlays already, this was just this last month. April's supposed to be our big month where we take in all these tax revenues. We were functionally $274 billion upside down. That's a 74% change from last year. Do you understand what's going on? And I'm sorry, I'm going through these pretty fast because I have a cutoff date time in 10 minutes. Federal spending, and this is also from the Wall Street Journal. April, we fell by $135 billion from what we expected. Year-to-date spending is up $400 billion, 12%. Now, do this with me. Federal spending is up 12% from last year. Year-to-date deficits. Now, this one you're going to love. Year-to-date deficit, we're doing a calculation. It's not done yet, and we don't know. We're 7 months in, so we're doing some guessing. Maybe there'll be some late tax receipts. Maybe all of a sudden, bunches of people will start working and start paying additional taxes. But we may hit $2 trillion this year. And right now, year-to-date deficits, we're functionally, this is for last month, $928 billion, are up 236% from this time last year. If you want to know why many of us are so emphatic on actually getting some fiscal constraints, this is the punchline here. Please hear this. Why do we need some fiscal constraints as part of this debt ceiling? If we do not communicate to the world debt markets that we're going to start to take our debt seriously, we will be punished as a nation. Now, that punishment may mean our bonds are just at a little bit higher interest rate. But you already saw one of the previous boards, just this year, interest is costing us 40% more. Just a couple ticks on interest rates when you're floating our publicly held debt. I'm actually not even sure where we're at. Are we at maybe $24, $25 trillion of publicly held debt? This stuff here should scare you to death if you own a calculator. And yeah, we really are heading towards borrowing $2 trillion this year. We weren't supposed to be anywhere near this. This is where we're heading at. And this is just assuming that the numbers are going to come in as they have. The problem is, if you've been following what CBO has been publishing, they keep ticking down the gross domestic product calculation, the GDP calculation for the rest of the year. We're down. I think the calculation for 2024 is we expect a year of 1.2. They're basically telegraphing if we hit recession second half of this year, I guarantee you we're going to blow through $2 trillion of borrowing just this year. And this, I know this chart is almost impossible to read. You know, we printed it too small, but individual income taxes, here's our big hit. Individual income taxes look like they've fallen about 18%. Corporate income taxes are up about 9%. Payroll taxes payroll taxes are up about 9%. Corporate income taxes are up about 4%. But the total receipts are down 10%. But here's our spending charts. Social Security has gone up. The spend on Social Security is up about 11% so far this year. Medicare, remember the vast majority of the borrowing in this country, the vast majority of it, is just Medicare. It's healthcare costs. Medicare this year, the spend in it is already up 15% in a single year. is up maybe 7-8% in the spend just this year. Anyone see the math problem? And some of the calculations, so this is from CRFB, the Committee for Responsible Budget, our federal budget. They're actually almost predicting we are going to cross over 7.5% of the entire economy being in borrowed money. So we're being told long-run GDP, this is CBO's calculation, long-run GDP is basically going to be sitting at about 1.8, and yet borrowing is going to be 7.5% of the economy. But the growth in the economy will be 1.8. Does anyone see the math problem? This Federal Reserve now has lowered the outlook down to 1.2 for just this year. And even the Economist magazine here, in their math, has us now starting this year and starting now to run deficits that are 7% or more. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this math should scare us all half to death. There is a reason if we do not get some fiscal constraints, whether it be part of this debt ceiling or something else, the markets will punish us. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move we do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate. The House stands adjourned.